Hello.
Wow.
Hello.
Wow.
Hello.
What's going on?
Hello.
Hello.
Returned are we?
Quack.
Is returned.
I loved how on the screen Gorthos had gone from the background to the smallest thing.
Oh yeah, it's the
It's
best.
great.
It's important.
It's very important. It's very. We
Little
had to.
Gorthos outfit for Pal.
I love it. Love them so much.
Omega cute.
He looks like a Metopian.
Very
It's
nice.
like-
Very good.
It's like a Gorthos costume for the Wii shop.
At least you're bigger than Gallon. Look at
He's
him.
a duck.
It's true.
He's
Mhm.
a little booby. At least you're bigger than Booby Gallon.
Mm.
And you're also bigger than the fairies. So you know what? You don't have
Mhm.
anything to complain about. Stop
Yeah.
complaining.
No complaint.
But yes, hello. We are here playing some Zelda. We're gonna play some Zelda
Yeah.
today. It's gonna be
Some
an
Zelda,
interesting-
what?
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting little game. I forgot to press the little snip button, so that whenever music's happening, it shows up on the stream as to what it's called. But it doesn't really work for the things that we get anyway, because the artist that gave them to me on the thing didn't fill in the information, and then whenever I went to fill in the information, it wouldn't let me fill in the information. So then whenever I tried to do it anyway, and then I went and told them, they're like, "Oh yeah, don't put in the information." I'm like, "Why not?" And they're like, "Well, I'm doing this under a pseudonym, so I don't want people to know it's me." I'm like, "Oh." So anyway, so that's fun.
I mean, you could still put like anonymous
I would love
artists.
to. Yes, that's basically
You
what
know,
they
if
told
something
me
like
to do.
that happened, as it does to us all,
They basically told me to like throw in basically just like anonymous, or like throw in like the first parts of their name and then asterisks things or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I can do that eventually. Anyway.
Anyway.
I have not done it yet. I'm blue as Navi. No, I is not. I am Z. There's a completely different.
It's true.
Navi showed you
Sucks.
Z targeting, and Z's named after Z targeting. They're completely different people.
Also, Z's rules and Navi doesn't.
Z rules and Navi drool.
Exactly.
I like
You get
Navi. Navi's great.
it. She sucks.
No, how dare you? I do find it weird that I still to this day, we talked about this a couple of like weeks ago, but I still to this day think it's super weird that all of Majora's Mask started off with, I want to go find Navi, and then you learn nothing about Navi the entire game.
Is that what it started off with?
Yeah, because
Link's looking for Navi.
Yeah, it starts where it's just like Link after saving Hyrule, Link goes off in search of a friend, and it's just like, well, last
Oh, I
game
see.
ended with Navi flying away.
I see. I see.
and it's just so weird that you don't hear anything about it. And like people have said that,
I
like, you know,
feel-
it's supposed to be like a thing of like, you know, getting over things and loss and stuff, and that's definitely
Yeah.
theming. That is definitely the themes of the actual game, and I completely get that. But if you don't address that at all,
Then no lesson was really learned.
There's also the thing that one needs to consider, that Majora's Mask originally was not going to be
Yes.
a Zelda game. It was going to be its own thing that they were like, actually, we should probably link it to Zelda so that it sells.
but at some
Yeah.
level, you got to look at it like that. Whenever they found out it was gonna be a Zelda game, throw in a couple of things, you know, like throw in Tattle and Tail like fucking chatting about some blue fairy they saw, and Link having like an excited face or some shit, you know, like have something. Throw anything in. If that's gonna be the entire premise of the adventure, throw something in. It's the
You know
one
what's funny?
complaint I have with Majora's Mask.
What's funny?
So, here's my theory.
Yeah.
Link forgot about Navi.
Well,
You know
no,
why?
because he went on.
No. You know
Don't
why?
we all?
You know why?
Why?
Because when you meet Tattle and Tail, after Link has fallen down this hole and most likely hit his head very hard, Tattle's looking at him and literally says, "Why are you looking at me like that?"
The best
and
part,
gets attached to her.
I thought you were gonna be like, it's after Link fell down the hole and meets Tattle and Tail, realizes they're better, and then forgets about it.
No, but
I
like,
mean-
it is something that Tattle like notices and calls him out on. Like, why are you looking at me like that? What's wrong with you?
I like Tattle. Tattle's like the Daisy of the fairies. Navi's like the
Tattle's a
peach. Navi's like the peach, and Tattle's the Daisy. Tattle's sassy, and I like it.
Tattle's a bitch.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, she definitely starts out as a bitch.
Yeah, no, she's totally a bitch. After having like played her and been extensively been Tattle for
Yeah, you had a
Zelda universe.
really good dub of that. It was really really nice.
So having played Tattle and like having to go through all of that of like trying to be essentially just a tsundere fairy, it was just like, no, Tattle's a bitch.
Yeah,
Because on top of that dub added extra lines for certain things. So for example, when you take the Goron's room
Mhm.
in the inn, like Tattle doesn't say anything. But in that one, it's just like, look what you got it done. Now he's gonna sleep outside. You're a jerk.
well, that's the thing. I take any personality over. I don't know. I'm just doing my job.
Look.
Like I take any personality that you can give me over. I guess the Deku Tree told me to watch you or fucking whatever. Anyway, I'm leaving.
Bye.
That's fair.
I just wish they would have threw something in. That's like my one
Mhm.
biggest complaint about Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is a wonderful game, and I
guess my assumption is that Link just continues to keep searching.
Yeah.
But like again, that's it.
and like eventually becomes the hero shade and like whatever, you know, blah blah blah. But there's like nothing in the interim. Like we don't see anything. And like if they had it to where at the very end of the game, Link like looked off toward the path, but then like looked back toward like Hyrule or something, and then went back to Hyrule, that would be more of a thing of letting something go, right? That would be
Mhm.
more into the theme of things of like, you know, hey, sometimes you just gotta let things go or let things happen. But they didn't
Mhm.
give anything like that. He
Yeah.
just at the end of the game, he's just like, all right, let's go, Epona.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a fun game. Very good Zelda game. One of the best Zelda games. Not
You're a
the
good
best.
Zelda game.
Oh, holy jeez, blah, what?
Yeah,
Ha!
get fucked.
I'm obligated to disagree that Majora's Mask is not peak.
I don't think
I
it's
have
peak.
to say no, I have to I am contractually obligated to say that it's peak.
Oh yeah.
Legally.
I think it's weird to say, especially just because of how everything goes. I really love Breath of the Wild.
Oh no, it's my favorite.
It's really weird.
It's my favorite.
It's really weird how, even though I've played literally every Zelda game, I've been around for almost every release of a Zelda game, I've beaten almost every Zelda game, and before this, Link to the Past was my favorite. I love Link to the Past. It was one of my all-time favorite games of all time. And then Breath of the Wild came out, I'm like, no, this is easily the GOAT. Like, if
Breath of the
anyone
Wild
says
is
otherwise,
with you
anymore.
if anyone
Breath of the
says
Wild just
otherwise,
has
they're
so
wrong.
much replayability. Like you
Yes.
can play it the same way a dozen times and you'll still have fun.
It's
And it won't be the exact same playthrough, even
Yeah.
if you do like the beats the same.
it's so weird that I can look at this even just like after like a couple of months of playing it back then, and I could just be like, no, this is the GOAT, and if anyone says otherwise, they're lying or they haven't played it. Like, it's just, there's so much here. There's so much love put into every fucking little detail of this. It's such a pretty game, especially when it was on Wii U, because it was like Switch games are great. Wii U didn't have a lot of great games. You throw any other game in the entirety of the Wii U against fucking Breath of the Wild, the only one that comes close is Smash. Like, there's not any good Wii U games. Like, hardly at all. And like all the best ones that have a Switch now anyway. But it's so interesting just how much of a fucking lightning in a bottle game Breath of the Wild is. And I'm hoping for good things next month. We're so close. We're so close to
true.
the release.
Red Mystery, I disagree with you fully. Breath of the Wild is a great game, but it's too far from the core of what makes Zelda Zelda. Excuse me. Absolutely not. I haven't even played the OG Zelda, and I know you're fucking wrong.
The biggest thing that I have a complaint for Breath of the Wild, and this might be what Red Mystery is talking about. The biggest complaint I have of Breath of the Wild is there's only like 4 dungeons. 5 if you want to be technical. That's it.
That's if you're considering again, the divine beasts and the DLC
and I don't,
as like, because they're bigger, they're dungeons.
Yes, and that's the big thing. I don't I would consider Hyrule Castle a dungeon. I would consider the maze a dungeon.
The mazes, yeah.
I would
like
consider
4, I think,
that
right?
one island the dungeon or a dungeon. And I consider the sword the Master Sword Trial a dungeon. Those are the only things I consider dungeons in the game. If you want to stretch it, then I think that the Divine Beasts together could be like 2 dungeons, maybe.
I would say that the divine beasts are kind of a dungeon in and of themselves.
I feel like you're too open
I'd definitely
for it.
be more liberal and say that some of the shrines can count as dungeons.
The shrines are great. And there are some of them which have like
they're
a bunch of really
dungeons.
cool things to it. Yes. But because they're all very samey, that's why I consider the Sword Trial a dungeon, because it's a larger shrine, basically.
Do you count it as 1 or 3 dungeons?
For what?
The sword trials.
It's explicitly what OG Zelda was about.
Okay.
You could argue it goes against the 3D Zelda formula, but Zelda was always meant to be open world.
Yes.
Tech constraints made it impossible in 3D until current gen.
When it came to everything that Breath of the Wild showed, the Sword Trial reminds me a lot of the Wind Waker trial thing, like that trial area. And I think there's also one in Twilight Princess. I don't know. I never beat Twilight Princess.
I never played Twilight Princess.
But it's very fun from what I've played, and then I had to stop. But
I'm a little scared because I hear Twilight Princess is a good game, but it's probably the most linear of all the Zelda games.
Yes,
That's
I would also.
It's the hallway of Zelda.
I don't think it's a hallway, because again, when you hear linear, you definitely think like, oh, this is the Final Fantasy 13 of Zeldas. But even then, it doesn't get nearly that bad. It doesn't get nearly as bad as like the hallway game.
I can believe that.
But it's a lot more linear.
Which one's the hallway game?
13.
Final Fantasy 13 has been given. Yeah, when it comes
It's a good
to
plot.
like
I like the plot of 13.
I've heard that the story for 13 is good. It's that, before then you had 10, you had 9, you had like Final Fantasy before 13 was very, I want to say open worldy, but there's a lot to do, a lot of side content,
Yes.
and 13 was apparently lacking a lot of that.
Final Fantasy games have been linear
so
before.
if we want to have this talk,
Final Fantasy games have been linear before, but 13 was sometimes in actual hallway in a lot of cases. And that's where things kind of get at, because like you come from 12
fix that, but
you come from 12 to 13, it is like the most jarring thing in the world. Even if you come from 10 to 13, it's like the most jarring thing in the world.
yeah, that's what I've heard.
Again, though, I think the plot was cool, and that one guy had a chocobo in his hair, and that was pretty fun. I don't remember any of their names.
I only remember that one. That one's called Saz.
I know there's
Saz, I think
and
Sarah,
Thunder
Vanille,
and Hope. I remember Hope.
Hope.
Hope was a bitch.
And there was the girl that had the weird weapons.
What?
I don't know what their weapons were. They were like hand things. Zelda's a thing though. Zelda's really fun. We're gonna go.
Yeah.
13 is linear as heck. The story is shallow. The characters are bland and horribly inconsistent.
Oof.
Hope is terrible.
Oof.
The combat system is unfinished.
Oof.
True.
Fuck. Rip into it.
But-
Titan is cool though.
But
Yeah,
Shiva
that's
was a motorcycle.
It was 2 motorcycles of 69 each.
All other complaints invalid. Shiva is motorcycle.
Honestly, Shiva motorcycle was hot.
Oh my gosh. Emerald sitting here saying the facts.
Truth bombing you all.
But yeah.
Alexander was the coolest summoner.
As far as game today is concerned, we will maybe have a shorter game depending on how my brain lasts, but we will see. We might just have a normal game. Who's to say? Let's go ahead and get into things though while I am still awake and going. Let's switch over into the main thing here. Abois. Here we go. There, the roll a 20 like it always does. Hello.
Wow.
Wow.
Also, it literally has bosses with instant kill RNG with no counterplay, and if it targets your active character, game over, go fuck yourself.
I need to play 15.
Nothing
Carry
about
on.
I need to
my
play.
least favorite thing in any game is when, hey, the main character dies. The game's over now. Every other party member dies. You keep going.
They lose the will to live.
It literally drives me insane of how
Look,
fucking dumb
If Joker
that is.
goes down, do you really expect Ryuji to make a plan?
No, I expect Makoto to make a plan.
I expect one of them to pick up
Mako-
a revive and use it
listen,
on me.
listen, Makoto, you think Makoto, who thought that they were sneaking up on us, have any right?
I think that it's
Yes.
just
They
bad
held a
game
fucking
design to have
newspaper
that
in their.
thing.
They have a newspaper in between their eyes and me
Okay.
that think that peekaboo is a good excuse for any kind. No, I'm playing. I do agree. I
see
don't
what
like
you're
it.
talking about.
I do agree.
Yeah,
I don't
well, no,
like it.
that's-
It's the same thing in most Persona games. We're
It's
playing
every
Zelda.
single Persona.
Zelda.
Don't you hate it when Link dies? All the other characters just kind of fade out. They don't even try to like
Yeah, fucking.
shove a potion down his throat.
I know that I have a fairy with me, Navi. We've seen what fairies can do. Let me consume you to come back to life.
Consume, adapt.
But yes, we are here. Gonna go ahead and throw us forward on some things here. But yeah. Not any big changes have happened to the room. As we can see, most everybody has got their new stuff set up. They have little Doritos for how many times they can use their new moves and all kinds of good such like that. Last time you guys had all of your different little things. You guys had all your different little month-long hiatuses, your training arcs, your different things. I want to go to each of you and I want you guys to let me know what happened to you guys. So Marco, how was your little training sesh?
My training sesh was pretty good, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I approached the two Sheikah. I'm like, "Hey yo, what up?" And Roki's like, "Hey yo, you DTF?" And I'm like, "Haha, no, that's not why I'm here. But thank you, I appreciate it." So instead, I was able to convince them to train me in the art of the Sheikah. And my first training partner was Kira, actually. She taught me everything I needed to know about the fighting stuff, and it was great. I was able to just barely stay alive at the very end,
Mm-hmm.
with some pretty decent rolls.
Heck yeah.
And from there, she was like, "Hey, so I know these cool fighting things that I could teach you, but they're completely different from how Roki does his thing. So pick and choose, Spider-Man. Do you go with the cool attacking stuff, or do you go with the cool magic ninjutsu stuff?" I was like, "Why you gotta make me choose? I came here because I wanted the cool ninjutsu stuff, but I also want to hit things harder. How could you do this to me?"
Do you want to be my little PogChamp? And then he said no.
Oh,
And then I said, "No, it's true.
how dare you?
I couldn't bring myself to say it. Thank you, Lynn."
You didn't want to be their little pog champ. How dare? Instead, you were Roki's little pog champ.
I became Roki's little PogChamp temporarily. It's true. And with him, I learned how to do the cool clone stuff.
Yeah.
And the entire time, Roki was like, "By the way, I wasn't here the whole time. I was actually clone." And the Marco's like, "I knew you were a clone." As both clones disappear as Marco approaches.
Marco's just like, all right, I'm here for training. What?
And that is what happened with Marco.
Heck yeah, heck yeah.
Pretty succinct, I think.
What about our boy Gorthos? What happened with your training sesh?
Oh, well, he's dead.
Gorthos?
So I had to step away from the computer for a second. What happened?
What happened with your training sesh?
I did so. I basically had a heart-to-heart with myself. Or was it fist-to-fist? It's a little blurry.
One or the other.
Fist to fist with yourselves.
There was some mental blocks going on because of everything. Just had to work through some inner issues. But I discovered an ancient power that's probably going to kill me if I keep playing with it. But also had awakened an ability that had always been inside, but now has a mechanic to it. So therefore, it's useful in combat now. Where I finally do the thing that Gorthos has always been able to do and buff the shit out of people by yelling at them inspirationally. Using his soul.
Hell.
I had a really cool 3-on-1 fight where I became the boss demon.
Pretty neato. Do you have, Jim, you want to say anything about the conversation you had?
And had a conversation with Avori about, dying and pushing myself and to death and just the point of it all. And well, the very simple point for an actual eternity of doing this world saving, people protecting thing of Gorthos just loves the world and he loves the people in it and he loves the things that people do and he loves the things that are in it. Just loves it unconditionally.
Gorthos showing himself to be a cutie. What about you? What about you? I'm trying to decide which one I want you to do. Because technically we should end with the one where everybody gets together, I guess. So Ronan, what about you?
I
was sitting here just like,
Obra woke Ronan up and then gave him a heart attack and said that we're gonna have to put you through the pain train. And then she's like, nah, JK, let's go sit in the bath for a little bit to get the nasty silver juice out of you. So we did that. There wasn't any silver juice. It was nonsense. And then we sat down and she started teaching him magic. And we did that for a bit and it was real cool and cute. And she kept a little thingy that he made, or like a copy she made of it or something like that. It was like the first little thingy that he made with the little fabricate thing. It was really neat and cute. And then they were like, hey, that's all the magic I could teach you. So I guess anything that is learned now, we're gonna have to learn it together. And he was like, heck yeah, let's do it. Yeah, now every other stat, I have not put a single point into physique my entire run in this campaign, and I probably won't.
That's actually very wow. I did not actually even notice that. You just kept that 4 the entire time.
I did.
Yep.
That's funny as hell. That's awesome.
But yeah, and then we took several trips up to the heckin' Demon Manor, and we went to Hot Spring Paradise, and it was fun. And now we're back in wherever we are.
Yeah. And what about you, Polo?
So with Polo, we headed out. Galen had immediately came back from being in Castletown and said, honey, I do not want to be here right now. Please, can we go anywhere else but Castletown? I need to go somewhere else. And
I'm glad that I've made that a part of his characterization. I think that's a very good part to keep.
Yes.
And Polo was like, well, we've got a little survey party that can go to the Sun Temple, which means you can go to the Sun Temple. And he said, bet, right away, right now. But you just got home, right now! So we headed out to the Sun Temple because, not only does Galen need to go do things with the sun god, but Polo also decided she wanted to maybe do some things with the sun god. And as they made their little way there, we talked to the hunters, and they were like, well, what we plan to do with these freaking Dodongo scales is we're gonna just throw them around a little bit. They're smelly. The Zalfos don't like how they're smelly, and it'll make them go away, and we'll probably kill any of the Zalfos that we run into. And as we made it to the Sun Temple and it was time to get there, Galen was like, all right, I'm ready to do my sage thing, is what he would have said until he started having a seizure.
Oh.
This seizure being goddess induced, doubly. Both goddesses were like, you're not going in there. You're not going in there. Absolutely not. And Galen said, fucking why not? And they were like, you're not going in there. And Polo was like, is there anything I can do to help, darling? And he said, you're gonna have to go in there and you're gonna have to pray because you have a little bit of my power in that swanky little ring of yours. And she was like, that's all I have to do? And he was like, yeah, but be careful because if the goddesses aren't letting me in, then whatever is in there is probably gonna put me in danger, which means you could probably be in danger. So please be careful. Orion, freaking the moment you smell anything funny, just get her out of there. And the dog was like, for once, we are in agreement. They looked at each other. They both nodded at the same time because they were like, we may not see eye to eye, you and I, but we will for the sheep. Anywho, as Polo makes her way into that little sun temple, there's sand everywhere. Just a lot of sand. It's like someone just put the whole Gerudo Desert in the temple. There's so much sand. And as she's making her way, she finds a cloak. It's ash, but like it's sandy ash. It's ashy sand. And as she's making her way, she sees a cloak, and she recognizes this cloak. It's a necromancer cloak. It's more intact, but that means that necromancery shit was happening, or someone who knows what this cloak does. And as she looks around, she finds what looks like a person form under all the sandy ash. And when she asks, what's going on? The person under it is the sand god. They're dying at a rapid pace. They were like, so the person who was wearing that cloak kind of betrayed me. And it was like, how did they betray you? And they said, with love. Hold on. With love. Okay, so after a bit of conversing, getting a little information of who it could have done, a little bit of theorizing, but not too much, Polo decided, what can I do to help prevent the death of the sun god? Because there's a guy out there that really needs your help right now. I need you to not die. How do I prevent this? And he's like, there's two options. You can either take some of my power. I die anyway, but you take some of my power, kind of like having a little mini me, but it's not really me. But don't, you know what I mean? It's don't worry. And
you know what I mean.
And go, yeah, and go off with that little blessing power and freaking avenge me, I guess, if you want. I kind of still love them, you see, so I guess I kind of want justice, but you see, like, I love them now. I haven't felt love in a long time. Like, you know that song that was like, I want to know what love is, but again, because I wanted to know what love was again, and they showed me like I wanted them to. Or you could house me inside of you. You'll technically be a god. You won't, but technically, let's just say. Until I am ready and back in tip-top god condition. Yeah. Also, I used to be mortal. Did you know that? That's pretty cool. The other gods don't kind of like me, though. They don't think I'm cool. I started listening to the Zalfos and they being like, hey, guys, monsters might not be that bad. And they related on that for a bit. But Polo decided option 2. God is now inside her. Galen was able to go in. He's like, well, I was not expecting this turn of events, but I guess I'm dating the sun god. And they went home. That's it.
Okay. With that being said, whenever that did happen, all of the ash also disappeared, and you guys were able to mess about with some things. After the month-long thing had gone and everybody was able to somewhat find each other again, you had also attempted to bring Ronan and some of the others to come back. Mostly you were bringing Obra because you know that Obra could do magic shit. But between Obra and Ronan, mostly Ronan at this point,
Oh yeah, because I
had,
nat 20'd.
he had grabbed one of the books that were around and tried to get it back together, tried to fix the knowledge that was destroyed and whatever attack had happened here. Over the next couple of weeks, throughout everything, you guys are also able to somewhat fix up the tower slightly. We had talked a little bit about potentially throwing a little thingy here so that you guys could go in and out of this tower. But we can talk about that if you guys actually did that or not at another time. And you were able to get a little book, a little equipable book. I haven't made it yet because that was something I forgot to do because I'm tired. But you do have you do have a new book, and that'll be something that you can have equipped because it's your little sage weapon. We'll get to that in a little bit. We'll get to that. We'll get to it. Everyone, after the course of everything happening, a lot of people, if this was connected to Castletown, would have felt that there is a large, very holy site that has holes in it. It's holy for a different reason now, and a lot of damage has been done to it. So a lot of the people who were around the city, as well as the people who were up in the river domain, would have made their way back and forth between this place to attempt to get it in some kind of working order. As everybody would have eventually found themselves returning to some kind of normalcy with everything. By the way, the reason I couldn't say Ronan or Polo's name earlier was because I was also making a Marco clone image, and I've made it now. It's right here. I'll bring it over here into the place so everybody can have a clone. And by everybody I mean just Marco. Marco has his clone.
One person, which is the opposite of everybody.
Yeah. You get it. You understand. Where the hell did I put you? Where is that boy at? Where's that? There they are. Blah. Eventually, because of everything, you guys are done with all your things. Let's go ahead and go over everybody's stats that they have now done. Marco has a +7 in his finesse.
Hell yeah, dude!
Which is absolutely insane. He did lose some of his goddess blessings because it's been a month, so nobody will have any goddess blessings currently, or any god blessings or whatever we want to say for them. But that is still a +7. That's really good. 18 AC, very good, very nice. Gorthos has put in most of their things into their experience.
What were you fucking expecting?
No, look at that great experience thing right there. It's very nice, very good. They have much things due. Polo has done the good thing and separated it to a lot of different stats. So now they have really good finesse, really good diligence, and really good spirit. In fact, I don't think we changed up your thing here because you should be with your instinct.
I don't think any of them are changed.
7. I changed Marco's. I don't think I changed the rest of you. So that is a 7. That is a +3.
I put 1 in magic. I put 2 in spirit. I put 1 in finesse and 1 in diligence. That's why I have these little dots here.
And then you have yours is good. Yours is good. And what you put all your stats into magic, right?
Yeah.
You just chucked them all in there. Just like, there we go. We got it.
Yep. Let's see if I can make physique my lowest stat by the end of this campaign.
It's gonna be very hard to have it be your lowest with your experience the way it is.
Oh yeah, that exists. Have I made it? I don't think I've made a single experience roll this whole fucking campaign.
You've made an experience roll before. I don't think it's something that you ever completed. Probably, seeing it's a negative
I can
2.
almost guarantee it wasn't.
Oh man. But yes, with all that being said, all of you would have seen several people at this point have come by and attempted to fix this place up. You guys all would have had plenty of time in the last couple of days here to get settled on where you guys want to go and what you guys want to do. Polo, you would have at any point been able to let them know if you wanted to that for some reason that you are housing a god inside your brain. That's up to you. You don't have to.
I mean, she'll try to downplay it a bit. She'll just like, and then the sun god went inside me, and now I'm housing him within my body.
Before we say it that way,
Mm-hmm.
what I want to start off with
Uh,
is after Ronan has made this book, after you guys have been somewhat all caught up with each other, halfway. If you guys can still talk about your specifics for each of your different things if you'd like to with each other. But I think that it'd be nice to start us all up. You guys are in the second floor of the Sun Temple, the better prepared, the better maintained of the 3 floors currently. As you guys would have seen that mostly Galen has been staying here trying to figure out the different Sun Temple things. He's still trying to figure out the way to make the vessels for the other 2 gods, obviously. He's going to be staying here for quite a while for that. But since you guys have all basically made your way here and you guys have all settled yourselves, I think it'd be a great time for you guys to have a decent chat on exactly what you guys would like to do from now on. And again, on things you guys are doing. You guys will never know, by the way, if it's Marco or Marco's clone you're talking to anymore.
Great.
Cool.
You guys will never know.
Great.
There he is. There's Marco's
You should
clone.
have made a fucking token where he just shifts the state between blue and normal.
You're right. I should. Hold on.
you just have 2 of them, both with the same states, so you could switch them easily.
The power is never ending. Limitless even.
It's not letting me do it. What the heck?
Haha.
It won't let me. I'm trying so hard.
What jerk.
Do we gotta reset this one? Bloop. Yeah, it's just not letting me. I can't make it
whatever.
as a state. That's so dumb.
Hmm.
Anyway, yes,
Figure it out
continue.
later.
Continue as you guys would like. You guys now are inside of this place. You guys have made it to, we'll say this is around the 30th day after you guys had saved the river domain. Again, there would have been many different times where people have come and gone. You guys know that eventually, especially Gorthos would know that Ivori is going to get somewhat miffed decently soon, especially with what was told to him. It's up to you guys. What do you guys want to do? I'm gonna stop now. I can't make a state. I can't do it. It's not happening. Marco's just gonna have to tell me when he's a clone or not.
So, where desert or WitchCon? Those are like the choices, right?
Indeed. There's also the forge where Eve was kidnapped to.
Right.
And potentially, if you care about it, there's that army apparently that's somewhere in central Hyrule.
Right.
2 of them.
That's
That just gives you double the chance to find them, right?
It's hard
Isn't
to
that
miss them
around Lon?
Indeed.
And we have to go there if we want to go to WitchCon anyway, right?
Mm.
They are also WitchCon is up on Spectacle Rock where my treasure still lies.
Mm. And Ivori has recently reached out to Gorthos, wondering where we are, among other things.
Okay. Is there anything specific that's like that we would need to know, or just that she's getting impatient?
She wants the cake.
Oh, okay.
And he supposes it might be time to talk about what's going on in the world there. You know, with Ganon and Demise. She knows that they exist. She knows Demise exists. He's sure of that much. Maybe not Ganon.
Okay.
And again, the kidnapped demon girl.
Yeah. It sounds like there's more pulling us north at the moment.
Mm.
You're being rather
It's-
quiet, Marco.
It's like because he's been on mute. I don't know. Wait a second.
Has he burbed?
Oh shit. Oh yeah.
Did he burb?
Hold on one second.
Don't worry, we're talking to his clone.
That's true. That's true. You just see the same thing that happened with talking to the demon other for Hadar, was just like, Marco is not available at the moment.
Were those regrets waiting a month? It's gotten worse.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I also should probably go take care of that Dodongo they've been keeping in that hut for 30 days.
They've been keeping it in that hut for 30 days.
You haven't tamed it yet?
We were got caught up with things.
Not like Gorthos has any room to speak on anything particularly. He's been up on Death Mountain this whole time.
What exactly did you find on Death Mountain?
Old memories. And a breakthrough. He is strong enough for it, and that's all that really matters at the moment.
All right.
You really should take care of that Dodong.
I probably should go do that, like right now, huh? I guess while we're waiting for Marco to wake up from his awake
here.
coma.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
They're all talking about the different places they'd like to go, and they were talking about the different places around. Obera had looked over and you said that you were being rather quiet. Do you have anything to add to the conversation?
The conversation he doesn't know what happened in
I
it.
just gave a brief fucking thing there. Excuse me.
Well, at some point we do have to go down to Lon to get the cake and take that up north. How I'm supposed to do that, I have no idea.
Perhaps in one of the bags.
Do you remember how big the cake was?
No,
She
we
wants
didn't have
one of
token off of that.
It was gigantic. They needed like a whole platoon of knights moving it from Lon to the castle for the princess's birthday.
He
Well,
just
maybe we could compromise the size, but as long as it is a cake.
I'm pretty sure she's probably ordered ahead because I can't imagine her letting me decide because I just took a cupcake. But I doubt they also work in that size,
I'm
given
thinking
the massiveness of the cake.
I'm thinking, how do I color Devori? Would she do that? I'm thinking, hold on.
You simply need to think about contacting her and using a sort of medium, do you not? We did it with a wine bottle.
Oh yeah.
Didn't the last time we
Crazy.
did that, she attacked us or something?
She
Sure did try to hellfire the goddess.
she is eccentric. She didn't mean anything by that. It is just the way she is.
Why does it sound like you've made this excuse before?
It's is not an excuse. And she most certainly didn't order ahead of time because she assumes that you would probably have gotten her the right one. He does not know what the right one is.
Well, I mean, I don't think it has to be something too the extent of what the princess had, but maybe
No, I get the feeling that she wants the big one.
Orthos
we
has a
can just
deeply.
Well,
Okay,
we can't
go
really
on.
take that to her,
Well,
so we might have to
actually,
settle for less.
Why not put it in the? Why not put it in a card, Marco?
I don't want to waste a card for that. I was
Marco.
thinking. Hang on, I was just thinking. Remember the Argo has that spell of his that he could condense things or whatever.
You want to bring
Does he?
Argo in front of all those witches? I mean, I
Yes.
guess he is.
Hmm.
He is
He is
one
a
of us,
witch.
so we should at least offer. Maybe.
Poor child.
At the very least, it would make it easier to transport. And if we bring along a doorknob, like we would probably do anyway, we could just leave the cake at the house, go there, use the doorknob, grab the cake, and be done with it.
An spectacle like that. You know, perhaps he's a little bit out of date with his topography, so maybe there is something there now.
I do want to like get that just settled right now. Did you guys connect this place to your guys' place yet, or are you guys
The
gonna leave it
Sun
away? Yes,
Uh,
because you would have
I
had
would-
about 3 weeks, Polo, to be
Yeah.
going back and forth with things and to be messing
I-
about helping the River Zora spread the
I
scales. and
I
stuff.
would say that if there was a way to connect them with the doorknobs, if we had the doorknob for it, she would want to use one.
Okay, I'm keeping track of all the doorknobs that are there because there are only certain ones of them that can be used for this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that is another -1 on the doorknobs then. Okay.
Another +1 to the cursed doorknob.
Man, when we throw that at fucking Ganon, it's gonna be fucking amazing.
I was about to say the same thing.
When we hit Ganon,
Oh,
we're gonna have the ultimate weapon: this cursed doorknob inside of a sock.
Orthosis has forged the ultimate weapon.
Don't worry, Garthos. We might only have one shot at this, but I will make the shot count.
It's just a doorknob in a sling.
It's just the demon
Tiny
sling.
Kokiri Gorthos just fucking
Just
yeets
like-
it.
It's just a little Kokiri Gorthos kind of like doing the thing where he just slaps it against his hand menacingly.
I was thinking Demon Gorthos lifting Marco to get a good vantage point.
I think I can't do multiple things like that now. I don't care if it kills me, it's fucking funny.
But yes, sorry, we got off track. I just wanted to make sure that we were using those if we did use one.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we could try it.
It's worth trying.
I'm guessing at the end of the day we'd have to use one of Miss Clarity's cards to transport a cake, no matter what size it is.
That might be the safest place too, because we also have to assume it is a cake, even if it is some kind of a cursed cake. You were saying?
Oh, wait
Is
a
it
minute.
actually cursed?
It's a cake that, from what we saw, if you don't eat all of it, it curses you. But if you eat all of it, you get a boon.
Is there any documented event? Has there been any documented event of it not being finished and people being cursed? Or is that just a superstition that everyone just said to make sure the cake gets eaten?
Well,
Lotus
Nico?
Priester, he has no idea people write things down anymore.
Marco, because this is basically the specialty of your hometown, why don't you roll me for your experience?
This is that thing where it's
Yeah.
just like, wait a minute, is it an actual curse or is it just like a eat your vegetables or you won't get dessert sort of thing?
Oh,
Eat
I
your
will take
cake,
one of
girl.
these.
God will come
Eat your-
down and rip your soul out.
Or your name will be stolen by the Gomez.
Seems weird they'd have to try to get people to eat cake.
I,
God damn it, why's my phone going off?
I mean, to be
14.
Roll me
Can
one
you
more
give
time.
me a second? Okay.
to be fair, have you ever eaten cake after the next day after? It's a little bit stale if you don't keep it properly.
Yeah.
Not as good. And then you have all this cake, and it's like, well, now what the hell do I do with it?
Eat it. Nothing's
But what
stopping
if
you from.
But it's
You eat it.
But it's I mean,
Gorthos has no organs. He knows you should eat food if it's there.
But I guess what you could do is you can get some sweetened milk and you can condense it and then you can drizzle it over the cake and have it a bit like a pudding, but it's stale.
Is he crazy or are you crazy? He doesn't know anymore.
You know what? It's just as you said, Gorthos. You cannot even taste food, so you don't even know what stale even feels like.
You just hear from upstairs, stale cake is an affront to nature.
See, Galen agrees.
So are durians, but you eat them anyway.
They're delicious when prepared correctly.
Well, he'll take your word on that.
I'm sorry about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay,
Marco.
it's funny.
As you
Yes.
stand there thinking while everybody's having these panic attacks around you, you find that whenever you had first heard about it, which you would have heard about these things in your hometown, you just assumed they were just a big cake. You never really thought about any magical repercussions or anything of it that much. However, obviously, being from Lon Lon, you would know that the somewhat superstition of it was that nobody could ever leave a bite of this cake alone. Whenever you had gone and seen the princess's birthday thing and early on in the campaign, you were told by several people there, several people including the a lot of people that are very powerful, that the reason they get so many people to make sure that they are involved in this is so that they eat every single bite of the cake. You also note that this cake doesn't get sold often. It gets sold to extremely important people. It does not get sold to for every other reason. So you would have to call ahead usually when it comes to these things being made. That being said, you also know that it doesn't really have a long life when it comes to this cake. This cake is a very eat it or it does go immediately bad kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing that I can tell you about the cake is that the reason that people make sure that there are people watching the cake, as in, you know, making sure that there are people guarding the cake, is because literally the superstition for it, whether you know it's true or not, is that if it is in any way defiled, then that does count as not finishing the cake, basically.
Okay.
So that is why when it comes to the princess birthday party, they literally had like a fucking sweep of guards with this thing.
Why would anyone want this?
Because it
don't
supposedly gives you
understand.
a boon, and it's a really nice cake. You guys, whenever you guys ate the cake last time, it was really good. It was fucking really fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is one of those cakes where you're just like you spend your entire day over a hot stove, you fucking get everything just right, you just sit down, you're like, now was that worth it? And you take one bite and you just immediately melt, right?
Yeah. It's like, yeah, this is worth my suffering.
I don't know if it is.
Marco will explain this to the others. That's that basically.
You don't
It's mostly
know.
a superstition.
Yeah, you don't know if it's actually magical.
I
or
sure
not.
hope it's not actually cursed, because that's really stupid.
I
It also doesn't have a long shelf life, so
I wonder if one of the reasons they also wish to partake in it, aside from apparently its renown, is to study if there actually is a curse on it. It feels like something a bunch of witches would want to understand, how only a bunch of cooks with no magic capability would be able to put a curse onto a cake.
I just assumed they were like a witch and a cook,
I mean, that is a fair assumption, but are they?
or even just a sorcerer.
You don't know
This
who makes the cake, by the way, Marco. That's something else I can tell you. You do know that when it comes to it, usually it's something that whenever this cake is ordered, it's the entire town kind of endeavor. Like, everybody's like fucking going ham. You know, whenever you were like really young, everyone in town usually, whenever this cake gets ordered, like, all right, fucking move, let's go, everybody, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is something that rouses everything. This is kind of responsible for probably 90% of Lon Lon's annual income. This thing is expensive.
How the fuck are we gonna pay for this cake? It's like the whole town gets involved with this, guys. I don't.
I mean, some of us still have a favor for the King of Hyrule.
But I was gonna use mine to learn spelunking stuff from him.
I didn't say that you had to use yours.
But I think I have to because I have the one that brings the cake.
What are we thinking about doing that for? Like ordering the cake?
It's
Really
it's very expensive. It basically accounts
Oh.
for like a big chunk of Lon-Lon's income. It's a huge
I can do
event.
that. I haven't used mine yet. I kind of forgot about it, honestly, until you just brought it up.
They
Just
had
as
to
you,
award
as
the
you say
head,
that,
right?
Obra just is over at you, just like pats him. Isn't he the greatest?
It is true.
I mean, I forgot a thing.
So is Warthos, and look how great he is.
That's fair.
Also, actually, are they even gonna willing to make it for just the champions? Are we important enough? Do we need to bring Gallon? Everyone loves Gallon.
I mean,
You just
Gavin,
ask if
King's
Warthos
important.
is important
You
enough.
just hear from upstairs. I'm reading. I don't want anything to do with any cursed cake.
well, you have.
Nerd.
I get that.
Don't make me blow up this tower with you in it, Marco.
Ah.
I can make it to where it hurts only those I want it to now.
Warthos is glad that the both of you have become good friends after your spat.
I am
Yeah.
too.
Hmm.
As much as Galen would probably love to go to Lon Lon Ranch, he probably is now just happy to be somewhere else aside from Castletown.
Hmm.
Your vision goes to a recollection of the past couple of weeks where Galen has literally just came and gone from this place and has essentially just moved most of his room into here at this point.
Like, I
Poor
live here
boy.
now. I am done. He's just.
This
it's
is mine
almost,
now.
It's almost cabin fever. It's like this place is now an extension of Polo and I's room. We live here now.
Yeah, the card might not just be the only way because if it can't be defiled, then maybe having Archer trying to shrink it would count for that.
I mean, you wouldn't know if you don't try.
This
But the risk.
I
There's a
can't
lot
remember.
of questions at the moment. The biggest thing we need to figure out right now is if it does take a little bit to make, we should probably go and figure out a way to contact them so they can make it while we're on our way there.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, the king had one ordered. Maybe he has a way to do it.
I'd say that'd be best, especially if you're wanting to use one of the boons from Castletown to pay for it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Also, for Deco and Emerald, I don't remember when after we almost died from falling out of the sky, and we found those cards in the prison room.
Yeah.
Did we make those did we take what was in them out of them and just give Marco the cards, or do I still have a card in my bomb bag right now? 'Cause I have
I'm
this
pretty
little
sure.
white
I'm
thing in
pretty sure
here.
you guys tried to get them out, unless you
Yeah.
can't hold on to the thing that you had there, because you had the what was the bomb that you had? I can't remember.
I don't. I think I had the big one.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that would take up your whole bag if you don't want it in the card. That is up to you.
I just want to know if I still have the card because
You-
I could then
you-
take the bomb out of it and then use the card for. If Marco
Because
doesn't want to
there
use any of
are-
his,
Because this has
Then-
been a month long like hiatus here. I would say
Uh-huh.
that you could say either or. If you wanted to have the bomb in your bag, we can give you the bomb in your bag. If you wanted to have the card, we can give you the card. Whichever one you want.
okay, I guess I'll have taken the bomb out of the card in the prison, so that I could keep the card.
Because yeah, one of you got the bomb, one of you got the big bomb, and then there was some other tiny bombs.
Then
and-
there was a barrel
yeah.
bomb.
That's what
Yeah.
this is.
That's what that is? Are you sure? I thought I had the barrel bomb. Like this.
I'm not. I genuinely don't remember.
You only
was
got
from-
one of those, so
And what was what was that then? Was that just another bomb that we got?
Let me go to my notes from that game.
Shit, I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Because I know there's only one barrel bomb. You only got one of those. These things are big. These things are big, important things. Big old bombs.
Poggers.
What are these?
Those are the golden bombs that we got.
They're the golden bombs that you bought. Yeah.
From the Dreamer's Traverse. Wait a damn second. Or are the fucking Dreamers?
I mean, if you had the big bomb, then those wouldn't have been able to fit in there. So I think I probably did have that.
Okay, so there were 3 options it could have been. I don't know which ones I chose, so I'm just going to say it's the best options. Because I usually just, whenever I prepare for games beforehand, I just kind of write down a bunch of shit, and then I decide what happens in the moment a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I had on here that there were 3 different kinds of bombs you could get. I know you guys only got 2, so I'm gonna say that the other 2 bombs you guys got were bomb chews. If you guys are fine with that, because the other option are the bomb buds.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember bomb chews.
The bomb chews, yeah, I think that probably was what it was anyway.
Yeah. So yes, with that being said, would Marco have had space for this?
For the bomb chews?
No, for the big bomb.
For the big bomb? Marco only had the room for the one big bomb, and then Gorth and then Ronan had the bomb chew.
If you had it in your thing, then you wouldn't have been able to put those in there, right?
Yeah, because this thing.
Well, we both have a bomb bag.
Well, yeah, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you had 2 bombs in there just now.
Yes, I did not bring it with me to here. I think I left that in my room. Because it's not one of those that explodes when you pull it out, right?
Well, I'm going to say then, because the fact that there were 3 bombs there, and you're saying that you had the bomb chews, I'm going to say that he had the barrel bomb.
Okay.
So Ronan has barrel bomb.
Ronan has barrel bomb,
and I will get you your bomb chews. That being said, you guys would have taken them out of the cards. So right now, I think you have, is it 2 or 3 cards you have, Marco?
I think it was 2.
Okay, so you have 2 cards remaining. For
no, it's 3. 3. I have the cards right here.
You have 3? Okay, good.
Yeah.
You have 3 clarity cards remaining. We've settled that.
All right. So I'll use mine for the cake, so Marco doesn't have to use any of his.
Sure. I will just make the second one. There you go. Move clarity card over here. Blah. There you go. I'll put it in your suit.
Yay.
You have it in your little pocket now. It's just right there.
Hooray.
Or we can make a danger pocket.
No. I don't want to fucking trip and explode everyone.
I don't want to explode into chum. But yes, as you guys would have basically had the idea of throwing the thing into a clarity card, you guys know that, yeah, that probably would be good. At the moment, you don't know if there's any way of contacting Lon Lon. You would have to go back to Hyrule to do such a thing. Do I have the understanding that you guys want to do that, or do you guys have anything else you guys want to do while you're here? At the moment, the biggest things of interest with you guys would be the Dodongo over in the River Domain, and the area which is the complete, like, brain isn't working. The area basically just around the Sun Temple. Those are the 2 biggest things currently, because right now you guys have been looking into some, like, trying to fix some of the books and things, but you guys basically got the thing that was written in the books. But there could potentially be other things as well if you guys want to. But you could also just hold off. You guys have this connected to your zone. What would you guys like to do? You guys want to go back to Hyrule? You guys want to go to Riverdome?
I'll leave it up to you guys.
I don't have one at once.
Sorry, I'm just having a bit of coughing fit.
Hmm.
I can get some
Sure, what was
water. I'll be right back.
What was the question one more time?
We're deciding where to immediately go. You guys can make your way off to off to Castletown, so that you can see if the king has any way of contacting Lon Lon, as well as cash in your favor to pay for the cake. Or you guys can go to the river domain and attempt to see if there's anything you can do with that Dodongo, which currently it's not going anywhere, but you could go and check that out now if you'd like.
I feel like if we go to the king, then we're starting the Lon Lon cake to the northwest. So
it's going to take several
side
days
quest before we go there.
yeah,
it's going to take several days for you guys to get
started.
to
I
Lon
wish
Lon.
it was a lie.
yeah. I think Polo would lean more towards going to Castletown and cashing in the favor and getting the cake going.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right, that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting the Dodongo shouldn't.
They
be
can
a
hold it back a little longer.
It's just a baby.
It's just a baby.
I mean, we can always just go. You just go get it.
He's killed Knuckles.
My leg.
No. What were you saying, Anthony?
Like, we can just go get the Dodongo. It ain't really.
I mean, you haven't tamed the Dodongo, so you can't just go get the Dodongo.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
has to be tamed first. It's still just a wild Dodongo.
It still wants to murder everyone, is what it wants to do.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
already murdered Knuckles.
Oh no!
It's-
It's already murdered Knuckles.
Just
Oh, no.
every morning
It's having a
they
good
try.
time.
Every morning they have to like after they feed it and it starts going ravenous, they just give it a quick to knock it out for the rest of the day.
But yeah, I will say the Dodongo, both of these are not just quick things.
Yeah.
Going and getting the cake and going to the Dodongo, neither of them are very quick things to do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm fine with going down to the heckin' Castletown.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys think better of going after the Dodongo for now. I mean, you guys can't really even feed it anyway. You're like, we'll go take care of the cake thing. That
No,
way,
we gotta
if
get the cake
Dodongo-
first.
Yeah, and then you can feed it to the Dodongo.
Yeah.
Then Ivori can smite us.
I mean, how are a bunch of witches gonna eat that cake by themselves? They need the Dodongo.
Yeah.
No.
As you
I
guys
can't wait to see the outcome of this cake shit.
As you guys would have started to make your way back toward Castletown, again, very easy to do so. You have absolutely no reason that you can't just teleport there at any given time any longer. As you guys would have began to make your way off into that direction, getting toward Castletown would be much of a breeze. You would get there the same way you would get there any other time, going straight up the pathway, doing the different things. Upon getting toward the castle itself, since you guys would have, again, decent amount of time, because we have made our decision and we now are basically assuming that this is where the morning is taking you guys. The reason I was actually asking is so I can make sure how many of these to give you, because Castletown you get a lot more than other places. While you're in Castletown, you get an additional 6. So currently, you're going to be getting 10 goddess points.
Cool.
Yeah.
There you go.
What the fuck just happened over here?
Oh well. Oh,
Huh?
did something happen?
What?
Oh, hello, our alternate timeline self.
Oh.
What the fuck?
What
Oh,
the
because you were still selecting them, weren't you?
No.
I thought I did something wrong.
No.
I sure hope you didn't just delete our only figures.
Nah, you're fine. You guys are fine. I know where you guys are.
Are you sure?
Where are we?
I know exactly where you guys are.
We're somewhere.
I know exactly where you guys are.
Yeah.
Look, guys, you just have to trust me sometimes, all right?
No.
Right.
Yeah. Just I got you. I got your backs. And
Gotta
your
go
friends.
back. Back to the past.
Samurai Jack.
So like I wouldn't even really worry, you know.
Is there
Like,
a Gallon in our group?
No,
Gallon.
Gallon's here in the tower.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Gallon's currently reading like a nerd.
Yeah, he's reading like a nerd. I'm just playing with his token.
Yeah,
I was like, wait, you have
why'd
free
you turn
playing
him?
with the token. I remember. I was like,
Why'd
wait,
you
what's the
vanilla-ize
third
him?
state? And then I was like, oh wait, it's fucking cursed.
Upon you guys making your way toward the place and getting to the area just outside of where, is there 2 polos? There are 2 polos.
Oh dear.
Get out of here.
Squeaky, shoes. They stare at each other. Which one is real?
I don't know which one to shoot.
Did we choose the correct one, Squeaky?
And this one smiles evilly.
You'll never know if that was the original you.
As you guys would see, the castle in your way, you guys would note upon stepping off from where the drawbridge is, you guys would see this man's. As he would be stepping off and going down the stairs where you guys would be coming up, he does stop and look. Oh, hello there, champions.
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going?
I have completed my final days of service at the hero's grave today. Well, I guess this morning. So I'm off to go and sleep in the guards' quarters.
That's good. You could probably use a lot of that.
I've had plenty of sleep since everything had gone down. I've not just been doing the same method I was doing before. That being said, there was talks that I had with Marco before that if there are ever any times that I'll be at the guard quarters if anyone needs me. I don't have any other
Okay.
duties I need to do in town for the time being.
Alrighty.
Okay.
As he just starts pushing his way back.
Have a
You've
good
earned
rest.
Seems like he was hinting at something.
Huh?
What?
That's a strange man. Sometimes I see him and he looks as if he hates all of you, and then it looks also like sometimes he just wants to talk with you. I don't know.
It's just how he is.
Does he
He's a
hate
little
you?
all over
Does
the
he
place.
hate you or does he like you? Tell me. I need to know.
I will say that at this point, I do believe that we are friends at the very least.
Oh,
That's good.
we are around where Argo is messing about, are we not?
I mean, his
Yeah, the
grind
giant-
pool is over there.
I'll go and collect
Yeah.
him.
We sure haven't done that yet.
I'll go and see if he is doing anything in the next little while. If he'd like to go and speak with the other witches or not.
Okie dokie.
Besides, I'm not a champion of Hyrule like all of you.
I'll see what that
I don't know, you
matters.
could be by association.
Waves. It's like, I don't want to go in the castle. Bye.
I think she is definitely hinting she does not want to go into the castle.
That's fair.
As you guys would look off toward the drawbridge, upon stepping up onto it, you guys would see that there are still the guards who would normally be about the area. Some of them are in different areas. You would see that there are a couple of new guards that are around as well. It has been around a month since you guys have done much of anything in this place. However, the one thing that immediately comes to you is that as soon as you guys step in and make your way into the main section of the area, you find that there is a one of Galen's sisters standing in the center here. Usually having been over at the temple, but is currently just kind of standing in the center here. As you guys would approach, oh, well, what's going on here? Where is like looking around Ronan?
Huh.
Hello, Dakala.
Kind of like moving you out of the way, looking behind you.
If you're looking for Gallon, he's not in town at the moment.
Oh,
I know, it's so disappointing.
he seems like he's been far too busy for me lately.
Do you need him for anything?
No, nothing in particular. No. Well, actually, no, I don't think we need him.
You sound very certain.
Oh, do I? That's really odd because I am not. Well, I've actually came here to ask for some time off.
Oh.
I've gotten word from the deserts that they wish to have some kind of a gathering about the place. And at first, I was thinking Galen might want to make his way, but I'm not sure if Galen and Kuro can get through the gates. I don't know if they've had their time inside this year or not.
They have not, as far as I know, from what I remember.
Well, then perhaps I should go and find them.
Well, unless circumstances have changed, the goddesses are preventing Galen from leaving and heading towards the desert.
Well, that's a bummer. I'm sure that everybody would love to see him and dote on him a bit more.
We could always check on him a little later and seeing if they've quieted down.
I was actually going to see if there was any way that I could find someone who has any sort of way, well, quicker way into the deserts. Do any of you know of any of the oracles or anyone around that would have a quick access to the desert sands?
Reluctantly raises hand.
My brother Vega?
Vega! He has a way to get to the sands!
He has the sun song.
Oh, thank you very much, Polo. They go over to you and they kind of lift you up slightly. Two growls from Orion a bit.
Of course, sister?
You see them look to you as for a moment they stare off into space slightly, not realizing that they needed something so much until it was said. Sister, of course.
Just starts spinning around with her like, yes!
And if you do get ahead of us to the desert, because we're about to head up north before we go that way, you could let everyone know about the new sister.
That's true. I should let everyone know. I guess we'll be trying to leave, and I guess we'll be trying to find Vega. Last time I saw him, he had came by for his normal lessons with the king. I'm sure the king knows where he's at then.
Yeah, you should very much introduce your new brother too.
Of course.
Brothers, actually.
I'm not entirely sure he will be allowed inside. To be fair, though.
He's just
we will have to
paradoxically
see.
dangerous as he's paradoxically extremely dangerous and also harmless.
There are some exclusions that do happen sometimes with those of the demon race and also with those of the Goron race, but we'll have to see. Either way, I guess I'll go and try to find Vega then.
Oh god, Vega doesn't have the cloak anymore. The Gerudo will be like, oh yeah, come right in. Come right in, he doesn't have the cloak.
Oh no, he doesn't. He's also a male and the chieftain's actually crazy.
Yep.
It's true.
Are we really even aware of that? Or is that just Galen?
Yeah, that's mostly a Galen thing.
Oh,
Has he shared that with us at any point?
He has specifically said no, he has not.
Oh, well then.
So.
well, it's fine. Goodbye, Vega. Bring Hadar with you too. It'll be funny.
Oh, Hadar would not have any. I don't think either of them will have any real problems in the desert. Who knows? Don't worry about it. As you guys would see Nikala making their way away, looking off toward the south of here, most likely going and picking up the other sister that is in this place. As you guys would step inside, you would find that immediately on the inside, just sitting where normally anyone would be, you would find that there is King Magnus upon his throne, surrounded by some of his other some of his guards. Nobody in particularly showing any sort of defensive maneuvers as you guys are making your way in. As King Magnus would look forward towards you all. Welcome.
Hey!
I haven't seen any of you in quite a number of weeks, champions.
How you been? Been good?
Everything is going as well as it possibly can, at least at the moment. We have had plenty of interaction between ourselves and transitioning through with Faraday's new rule, and in fact, we've also been able to sign quite a few treaties as well with the river domain.
Oh,
Oh.
That's fantastic news.
Things have been progressing rather well. It's been very amicable that we all had that dinner together. I've been able to keep in contact with the River Queen as well as the Sea King quite a while for now, and well, I think that things are finally starting to change in Eastern Hyrule.
Do you know if they've sent word to the Zora that have gone off to Mid Hyrule?
I do know that apparently, according to our intelligence, that there are a few interactions that have happened throughout the middle of Hyrule, near the farming communities. There have been not clashes, but there have been defensive parameters set throughout the lower areas. I have sent my own men down there as well. As you motions around can see, we are a little short-handed at the moment. I've made sure that to keep things peaceful as much as I can, but apparently an army of from the north in Death Mountain have met with an army of Sea Zora down outside of the damned city and outside of Lon Lon.
Has it just been tension, or have they been?
At the moment, there haven't been any altercations, but there have been words of tension making their way back and forth throughout. I have not heard of any actual skirmishes that have happened, but it is definitely worrisome. That is why I've sent my armies down as well. They should arrive in a couple of days.
To see gods and so on fighting each other would be heartbreaking.
It seems that the both of them have been, hospitable to those around them. The Zora have mostly kept themselves around the northern area of the lake, and the Gorons have mostly found themselves around the center river, making their way to the dam city. It seems that both of them have laid enough roots that they are almost a settlement in of themselves. I've sent several words down showing that this is technically, unfortunately, violation from both of their peoples against the rule of Hyrule. But I have also made much peace between ourselves and the Sea King, showing that at the moment I will not consider any violations from either group as any sort of threat to the people. As long as they are being hospitable to those who are around them, I will not consider any sort of camps or settlements that they bring up to be any problems at the moment. The only main problems that have been apparently going on about them is that they've been asking around a lot about the different dungeons that have made their way throughout the plains of Hyrule.
Dungeons.
weird.
Why?
It's difficult to understand, but at the moment I've had to lessen our grip on licensing. Most of the Gorons of Death Mountain do not have their licenses to make their way through the dungeons, and I don't think that that's something that any of them really keep in their memory. So I don't think they're doing anything maliciously, obviously. But they are dragging many things up from the dungeons around and using them to fortify themselves. The same with the Sea Zora. Once they saw what the Gorons were doing, they started making their way throughout the mountains, bringing up as many treasures as they could find as well. I feel that the both of them are readying themselves for a brawl.
They are entrenching, it's true.
I've asked many of the travelers through the desert to watch themselves as well. In fact, one thing that I have asked Nikala if they do plan on making their way to the desert, once they get there, to hopefully bring back word from the Gerudo chief to, well, they're a lot closer to everything at the moment. I'm hoping that they could give my soldiers aid. It would be very well to have a couple of iron knuckles around if anything were to break out. I believe that the height of the power of the Gerudo is honestly the only thing we could use to fight against the races of the Goron and the Caesora that have made their way. Ronan, you understand, and Gorthos, I'm sure you do as well, the might of the warriors of both the Goron and the Caesora.
Gorthos has borne witness to the wars of the past. We cannot let this happen again.
I feel the
Never
Iron
again.
Knuckles are the best chance at giving any sort of halt to anything happening. And as well, that was actually something I wanted to ask all of you.
And what's that?
You're all making your way north, are you not, at some point?
Yes, we were coming here about that actually.
Well, that's good
But
news.
You go
up
first.
Up near Spectacle Rock, as well as the Rito village off to the west of there, there is a small communion of Donu that I'd actually like to see if I could invest any sort of hope in coming and aiding us. If there was any way possible, I would like for the champions to make their way and see if they can convince those small groups of Donu to, I guess, come to our aid. They are of a slight... they do not count themselves among our people. They are a group that still calls themselves Dark Nuts. However, they would be a invaluable asset to aiding us and keeping tensions low. A single Donu could protect an entire village if need be. They are extremely powerful with their armors and their weapons. They would let the people of our smaller settlements sleep with more ease.
We should see what they can do when they take the armor off. It is magnificent and mortifying all at once.
I've heard from my two guards that taking off their armor is tantamount to them losing all of their honor, however. Though I have seen from Rocket that it does seem to... From what I've seen of Rocket, it does seem to enhance their ability quite a lot.
One of Gorthos's riders was an exiled Dark Nut. Cartani, her name was. She outclassed most of us, to be honest, in terms of martial prowess.
Well, if perhaps this could be good for everything. If you're used to dealing with Dark Nuts, especially Gorthos, I would ask your aid in doing this for us.
To bring the people of the races of Hyrule under one banner again would be all Gorthos would want.
I've heard that there are tensions at the moment in the Rito village, so I would say that maybe steering clear there for now. They have given word that they will not be taking any part in whatever sort of war is happening in Central Hyrule. And I cannot say that I blame the chieftain of the Rito that they would like to keep themselves out.
Is there... What's the story behind that, then?
I do not understand too much at the moment, but when the Rito... when they lock their walls, they sort of make their way into a bit of martial law. If anyone were to make their way there who they consider a threat, they would most likely attempt to capture them. That is why I am not sending you off to them.
Is that normal?
Yes. The Rito and the Gerudo are a lot more militaristic when it comes to things. The Gerudo, especially, you would understand, would have been mostly due to their ability of keeping men out of their society. But when it comes to the Rito, they are extremely militaristic. Very similar to the Caesora. However, they are a lot more. I'm not going to say xenophobic, but they are a lot more
Isolationist.
Isolationist, yes.
Yeah. The Rito have always been isolationists, independent, militaristic. They're impeccable warriors when they're on the field of battle, though.
It's
In
actually
times like this, well, there's little we can do to change their minds at the moment.
it's actually
Even though
very
Rory has very little weight with them now.
it's actually very interesting our ways with them. The past several years, actually, within my rule, so you might not even know this, Gorthos. We've actually established a bit of a alliance with them. He motions over toward one of the people here. Is it Hobart? Yeah, Hobart. If there's any soldier in my lands that wish to make their way into the elite guard, they must first make their way through the trials the Rito village give them. As he then motions over toward Bala.
He hopes that you provide your soldiers with sailcloths.
They are quite adept at maneuvering in the sky. It is a rite of passage when it comes to our captains and soldiers. If they wish to make their way to the elite guard and hold weapons that are crafted for such a position, they must first go through the military camps of the Rito and go through the intense training that is up on their mountains.
Oh.
Bala just seems to stand a little proudly, a little gloaty.
That's very impressive.
We currently only have about around 5 elite guard at the moment.
The world is suffering a bit of a dip in its progress, isn't it?
Currently, there are only 2 here in Hyrule. We do not need elite guard, at least lately. We've not been wanting to keep our soldiers up ever since we've not been wanting to risk losing any or injuring any ever since the attacks those years ago from the demon villages. However, when it comes to the Royal Guard, they are 3 of them currently outside of the castle. One of them, I believe, has made their way off to the north, scouting out the areas of just outside of Hyrule, inside of a city that is known for trade. And the other 2, I believe, have made their way to Kakariko. But yes,
There's many.
sorry, I'm rambling at this point.
Oh, that's perfectly
It
fine.
has been very useful for Gorthos, these ramblings.
Though it is disappointing. I was really hoping that we could see the little birdlings do their first flight. I've heard it's really cute.
It is extremely cute and very funny when they flop down.
I wasn't thinking that, Court.
I eat shit, kid.
It's adorable. They try their best, but it takes some time.
There is also one other thing I'd like to bring up that has happened in the past few weeks. I'd like to thank all of you.
You're welcome.
What for?
Thanks to, all of you being able to ring in Motion to Polo, your brother, not Vega, your other brother.
Oh.
Between him and the Bishop of War, they've actually began thinking that there may be a way through Argo's visions of maybe settling things with my body.
Oh?
Oh.
It's been difficult to convince, though the Bishop of War apparently gave young Hadar, should I call him? That's what he calls him.
It's all relative, Your Majesty.
It's like he is
Gorthos
hundreds of years my senior. Actually, I don't think I should call him that.
That's the thing where like he says young Hadar and she's like,
in all honesty, to Gorthos, most people here are infants in terms of age comparison.
Let's say Prince Hadar for now.
Sure.
Thanks to the bishop's talk with Prince Hadar and the 2 of them aiding Argo in his pursuits, they were actually able to find a way, potentially to get myself at a level where I won't I will have at least a couple of years remaining.
Hmm.
Apparently, they're going to be sending out a bit of a search party into the center of Lake Zelda. Almost said Lake Hylia.
Nice catch.
Thank you.
What's the
I
lake
thought that's
called?
what
Like,
it was.
yeah, I forgot what the lake's called.
Well, it
Used to be
was
called
known
the
as
lake.
the Lake of the Mortal Goddess, but ever since we've learned of the goddess's name, thanks to all of you, we have changed it since then.
We just float his arms. Just
At least we're
Because
at least
the
we're
mortal
hoping
goddess.
hoping that it'll be a bit of a thing for the people to rally behind. The fact that our goddess is in the flesh has been as well kept of a secret as we can. So obviously a lot of the town already knows.
Kuro, I assume.
It is hard to keep the male Gerudo from speaking his mind.
your people should be
The other.
rejoicing.
It's like most in Apollo, the other.
No, where is Brother Kuro?
He's been spending most of his time, actually. He stops for a second. Actually, he's been spending most of his time with Jason and my daughter.
Oh,
I'm not entirely sure exactly what they're doing, but currently I believe they should be over by the Temple of Time.
Oh, so they're done in the forest then?
I believe so. If they
Well,
were
those
doing
Yeah, they've
anything
been
there.
done for a bit.
Oh, have they? I missed that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gorthos would have known that they've been gone. They've been done for at least a month because Gorthos
Oh, okay.
saw them in the Demon Con.
Okay.
But again, that might not have been something Gorthos said.
Probably not. Probably slipped his mind with anything else.
Yeah.
But yes, I
cool.
believe currently they should be off at the Temple of Time. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing there. They've been very secretive about it.
Perhaps it is
I'm
best for
trying
us
to-
to bother them.
I'm trying to keep myself as much out of my daughter and the hero's way as possible to let them
Acclimate, be their own people.
yes.
are you worried because they're in the company of a man?
No, that is not at all what I'm worried about. In fact,
Out of everyone, you can
You
trust
didn't think
Kuro.
about that until just now, did you?
he's like, you just see him stop.
How archaic of you, Paula. You could be worried about Jason and the princess spending time together
You
too.
just see him in
I
his
mean-
mind, like putting two and two together, just like
I
he
mean,
just leans over toward Bala.
he is still a father at the end of everything.
Oh yeah.
Father's usually not rather paranoid when.
Oh no,
Their
not
daughters-
Bala.
Perhaps you should make your way to the Temple of Time. As you just see Bala salute, start walking off.
Marco salutes
I
Bala
think- I
as she
think
goes
she might resent
by.
you for that.
What was that, Paula?
It's just like, well, usually our father's not supposed to be somewhat worried about their daughters when they're around men. I know my brothers are.
Thank you very much, Polo. You see the king as he looks over. It's like, thank you very much, Polo. I've been trying my
a
best to
favor.
not say. I've been trying my best to not say it. I know that I've been very. Over them before, and I'm trying to let them do their own thing, but I've been extremely worried about other things, and now this is on my mind.
I mean, if I am to put you at some sort of ease,
Looks up.
Princess Matilda is much, much more engrossed in books and magic activities than men.
It's true.
I'm not entirely sure how good that is either.
Would you rather? I should not say that sentence. That is an.
What does it matter?
Gorthos is a father once, so he understands, sort of. Well, he had a son.
I'm hoping that whenever
Yeah.
everything is settled, I can. Oh, you cannot. He looks to you guys. You cannot let either of them know about the workings of the Bishop of War and Hadar. I'm
Okay.
hoping that if anything happens and we are not able to construct or stabilize my body, then I don't give them false hope.
That's fair.
I hope Bala understands not to say anything.
As one of my elite guard, I'm sure that Bala is enough in tune to my will that he would understand to keep something to himself. Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
Smash
Bala,
cut to them rushing
meanwhile,
to the castle
Marco-
door.
Just kicks the door open. Guys will never believe it.
meanwhile, Marco's like, oh no, he didn't tell the biggest gossip of his guards not to say anything.
Oh, no. Bala just is the biggest gossip.
Yeah.
I love
You
the
will
dramatic
never
irony.
you will never guess. No. That's essentially everything I wanted to ask. I've talked all of your ears off, and none of you have even asked me, told me why you've come.
Well, we got some business up north, like you already mentioned. Are those favors that you mentioned a while back still good? Are we still good on that? Can we call those in?
There were no time limits, especially for the champions. There's
Okay.
they can be used whenever. I think the only ones so far that have taken me up on it was Gallon.
That's true.
And I believe, like, he thinks of stuff. I don't think any of the rest of you have asked or anything, right?
No, unless
I got cooking lessons from the royal
right,
chef.
right.
That was essentially her favorite.
I believe it was only Gallon and Polo that has asked me anything with my power. Again, if there's anything I can do within the power of that I hold here that is not too well, what's the word?
outlandish,
Yeah, I suppose that's a good. As long as it's something
extravagant.
as long as it's something that is morally understandable
Oh,
within
yeah.
my power. I
I
can't
was hoping
give
to-
you a town.
No, that's okay.
Beans, and here I was hoping for Marketopia.
maybe
Or
when
Ackerman
one of
City.
maybe when one of the Gorons and Caesora have vacated their settlements, we can reuse them for townsfolk. But until then, I cannot make you lords of a settlement.
We could have been lords and ladies.
Speaking of lords of a settlement, I've been talking with that queen as well that has apparently made themselves off into Hateno.
You've met her.
Yeah, on the other side of the mountain.
I have had them sign many things.
Oh, okay. Good.
They can call themselves whatever they want.
She would have signed several things, I think.
You just see a flashback of just them inside of a dark room signing with like a bunch of guards around them.
she got a little bit too haughty, and now she's just panicking because they brought in a lot of guards.
This is no way to treat a queen. Anyway.
Anyway, my king, what we're trying to get is we needed one of those special cakes from Mon Mon.
You see his eyes widen.
Yeah, there's a convergence of witches up north that have asked us to bring them one of those cakes. Well, me to bring one of those cakes.
If Ori is among these witches.
You see a look of concern go across his face.
Did that just cross a line? Is that the one kind of thing we're not allowed to ask for?
You could ask for anything. It's. I will see it. I will see it done. This
There's
is
something wrong,
that.
isn't there?
It is an endeavor to order one of these cakes. We usually only do it for my daughter's birthday. They are, well, one of them is mostly the equivalent of the amount of salary that I give all of the guards in my castle.
Oh.
The yearly salary.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
You were not
I had a feeling
exact-
it'd be expensive. It does account for a lot of Lon Lon's income whenever one of those is made. It
We're not
almost becomes a
exaggerating.
festival.
To have it done once again within such a short few months, I can do so.
Oh, Does this that look again at Mark? I was like, are we sure we can't make it just a little bit smaller? It doesn't have to be the exact
I have
size,
asked them to custom make the cake several times, and they've always responded to me no. And I'm the king.
I've had a feeling about that.
Lon has always, the people of Lon have always been fiercely independent since time immemorial.
I believe
That's
the
why
last
Gorthos
time
is always approving of Link going after that Lon girl.
I believe the last time I had asked them a couple of months ago, one of the cooks had made their way here and had yelled at me for about an hour before making their way back home.
Oh wow!
Impressive.
Oh.
That seems to check out with Gorthos' memories.
All right then.
They said something about how to change a recipe is in essence to change the very heart of their town, and how it is something that they would never bow to anyone, and they were prepared to go to war.
Well, that's exactly what that girl said to him all those years ago.
And I doubt they could actually do that, but at the same time, they said it with such confidence.
Don't press them.
I mean, if the cake...
very serious face. Don't press them.
The fact that most of our horses come from Lon Lon as well make me think that they have something.
You'll never beat them on the open
cake
plains.
golems.
Cake golem? What?
I said maybe they make cake golems. Just
that feels very ineffective.
You just see you see a Talos made out of cake.
yes.
You see that? It just zooms out. Gorthos is remembering.
It has little birthday candles on the top.
Yes.
It has like a little cake that you have to hit where the rock would be to its weak point. It's just a little cake.
I need the cake Talos.
You just grab it with your hands and eat it.
It has like a little face made out of candles.
Or it's like a big strawberry.
Oh my god.
It's a big strawberry. Man, that's like some Kirby's Dream Land shit. For an enemy to die.
As he looks to you. If I am to do this, might I ask one thing in exchange?
Yes, my king.
There are several of you left, whom I don't know if there's going to be any financial need from the kingdom or not. What I ask is that if we are to do this, I would take 2 boons for doing so. I would also throw in the use of my my way of ordering, so that they would perhaps be applicable to a rush order.
I mean, I'll throw mine in. I got nothing else I really want to use it for anyway. So
if that is the case, I would take the 2 of your boons for doing such a thing. And again, I would allow you to contact them with my own royal seal as well.
Since you've done this before, out of curiosity, how long does it usually take a cake when it's not a rush order?
Whenever it is not myself, I believe it could take upwards of a month to get all the materials together and to get everything settled. However, whenever it is a request from the castle, they usually go into their stores and take whatever they would need from their storage to make it as quickly and as purely as possible.
So it basically cut the time by what? In half?
Instead of having them prepare the ingredients, they would use the highest amount of ingredients that they currently have on use for their other endeavors. From what
so,
they had
you
told
think
me.
it'd be ready like by the time we get there by traveling normally?
Well, because of everything that was happening with the hero this year, whenever I had actually called him for the cake this time, they told me it would be around a week to get it prepared, and then the travel would take about another 3 or 4 days.
Okay.
What if we were to go and pick it up ourselves?
I would say it would be around a week, and if you make your way down, then you would be able to use my own carriages to get there within a week's time, probably showing up the day before it would be done.
That sounds great.
They are a lot quicker when it comes to travel throughout the hills of Hyrule.
long horses, yes.
They sure keep the best ones for themselves. You don't think they actually could? Never mind.
He looks to Marco, but Marco's just
just looking away. It's just like thinking to himself, just like, I mean, we do get all the dungeons.
We do get all the dungeons are ours. Like, I mean, I got a roc's feather from the first dungeon I ever went into. Like, it's like, they might, Lon might be sitting on a treasure trove, and now Marco's just thinking about that too.
The world is vast and wondrous, especially with the things that you never thought were possible.
I need to see more of it, I believe. During my time as king, because of what happened those years ago, I've been staying here for the most part. I have been staying behind closed doors for quite a bit. I hope that if we are successful in our endeavors, I am able to make my way across my kingdom at some point and check out everywhere that I can.
Northos knows many places that people have forgotten about. For the both of you to explore, perhaps. He looks up between Marco and Magnus.
I would love to see things not explored before for thousands of years.
You see, for a moment, he does move his arm off to the side. You see that coming in from one section of this place, you see one of the captains make their way through. I'm trying to find where a captain is. There he is. There's one. As you see Jenkins make his way in, Oldman Jenkins make his way in, carrying upon a small velvet pillow, what appears to be a seal, bringing it over toward him, and then showing it off toward each of you. He would look. We will take down whatever order you wish. We will send it out ourselves. What exactly are you wanting to make sure? You are wanting that cake, right?
The one with the superstition.
He nods over toward Jenkins. Then, is there anything else I should send to them? Any other words for you?
I got nothing.
No, Gruthos wouldn't know what to have on it.
And for the sake of this, and they have an idea of what I would ask when I would even get there, what would constitute as breaking the superstition? If they could make a list of that for us when we arrive?
Oh, they will have something that way for you no matter what. I believe that you will most likely have a talking to like I do every year of my life.
I'm so sorry.
I do remember, I'm not that old yet. I don't have any, checks his beard. I know things. Sits back.
Northos hopes you don't get as old as him.
I would only hope I could get as old as you one day.
Same.
If that were to happen, then perhaps I'll need a legend of my own.
Considering the current state of the world, perhaps the legend's already in the making.
Is there anything else you would like to ask or have note of? Currently, because of all of your efforts, things are going as smoothly as they could in my kingdom, and I have more. There is nothing more that I could ever truly ask that you do for us. If you would do this one thing for us with the Dark Nuts, that would be beyond anything any champion would ever have been asked to do. Settling wars, making treaties between peoples, checking on its peoples as much as you have, showing yourselves to be in any ways taking down those that would plot against the throne. You have done more in these past months than I believe most champions throughout the Hyrule's history.
Oh.
And we'll only keep doing more. The hero's work is never done after all, right, Gorthos?
No, it is never done, but it's always worth it.
Hmm.
Then, if there is nothing else,
Uh,
oh yes, Polo.
Actually, do you know the location of Brother Vega?
Vega, I believe currently he's just like thinking to himself. He had came here before for his lessons, but he had told me that he would most likely not be coming back for a few days. He should be somewhere in Castletown. I haven't heard that he had left its borders quite yet. Perhaps he's at your home. Well, you would have seen him if that was the case.
Likely. I know before the month, while we all were preoccupied, he said he was going to seek out our other brother, but if he has been with the Bishop of War, then
I know that the bishop as well as Hadar are in the inner wall just to the south of the southern tip of Castletown. If he is looking for Hadar, he would most likely be there. I don't think the two of them have seen each other. I believe that most of the time they have been, at least one side of it has been avoiding the other.
I will see if I can seek them both out.
Could you tell Gorthos where Zelda is?
I believe they should be at the temple at this time.
Surely it's overcrowded then, but he will go.
There are some who find themselves skeptical to believe that they are the true mortal goddess. So it is not as crowded as you would think. Some of which have are still getting used to the idea that the goddess is not depicted correctly in the center of town.
Paulus has said this many times, but no one ever believed him.
What are you saying, Paulus?
No, she's just pointing out. She's like, to be fair, she looks nothing like the statues.
Well, Gorons have it right. He just went up to Death Mountain. Their statue of her is perfect.
That being said, there are quite a few believers out there who have shown themselves to make their way. I believe that Nikala had told us that there has not been as many people inside the temple on any given week as there has been recently. Some of them may just be curious as to try to get a look at them. There aren't any services planned for the day, so it would be as empty as it would ever be. That being said, I don't entirely know.
You'll investigate all the same.
I will have carriages prepared for you to make your way south.
Thank you.
Where just looks down at himself. Perhaps Gorthos will slip into something more portable.
Ah, yes. Armor is probably tough to move around in. Perhaps a tie.
Do you think so? He's never thought that caught on. Was he mistaken? He never has been good at predicting fashion trends, especially in the spans of millennia.
If you're looking for any sort of ribbon to adorn your front, that would most likely be from my father's time.
Would make Gorthos feel too old now. Well,
I don't know, making a giant one for you might be good for impressions with Zelda.
he doesn't know what you're implying. Where is the nearest tailor again?
She's at our house.
Hi.
Taylor, hi.
Oh yes, he was so sophisticated on the idea of battle garments, he forgot that other forms of garments can be requisitioned by
At this point,
we'll talk about this later.
At this point, you see that King Magnus would have taken his seal. He would hold on to it, looking back over toward where Jenkins is. He would make his way off to potentially go and find someone to write up the letter that is needed. And at this point, you guys can make your way out if you wish, or if you have any other questions for him, he is right there.
Ronald will make his way out.
Yeah, she'll
Hmm.
too.
Yeah.
Come, Doug.
Yep. I have
As
no ideas.
as each of you would make your way out, you would find waiting outside outside the area. Let me find the Tiny. Where are you at, Tiny? Are you here, Tiny? Yeah, you
Come,
are, Tiny.
child.
Tiny boy, little baby boy.
Come, child. You have been summoned. You find that standing out and waiting for all of you. You find both Obra and Argo. As you look to Argo, you do find that he does seem to have slightly different things to his garb. As you find him, you do find that his vestments are, while they look very similar, they do seem to have a lot more of a actual tailoring to them. There does appear to be better stitched clothes and better made things about him. As you guys make your way out, he does give a wave over to each of you. Good morning.
Hey,
Argo!
how's it going? Looking spiffy.
Well, same.
Well, thank you.
It actually,
Aren't
oddly enough, with you separating the pieces like you did, it looks a lot stronger.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they did it, but they did it.
Northos
Looks to
can't reveal-
Northos and
It's simple, really.
I broke it and then attached a bunch of belts.
Oh, some of the parts have always been greater, than a whole. Anyway, it's the trick he's picked up over the. He puts like counting on his hand. He still hasn't gotten an answer from Zelda.
I just made my way up there to see if there was anything going on, and it seemed as if you were. I was preparing for a viewing. Sometimes people from the city make their way up, and they have developed a tradition to throw rupees into my motions over, like just throwing rupees into my basin.
Oh, they think it's a wishing well.
And
Or a fountain.
I try to show them goings on as I can about the different parts of the city. I was about to perform that as well, though nobody seems to be here yet.
Have you been fishing the rupees out of the basin?
Yes.
Good lad.
I wonder if rupees can actually affect potions like that.
Potions?
Or no, I'm sorry, I'd mix that up with your scrying thing, so that's on me.
They
I don't know magic that well.
They do tend to sometimes get in the way if they throw too many piles of them. But it is enough. It only causes slight disruptions in the vision. Is there any of you'd like to see today? I just want to make sure I do that before. You had said that you wanted to make your way to see other witches.
Yeah, we're heading up north. There's a kind of like a meeting of a bunch of different witches.
I wouldn't mind going and seeing something like that. It sounds like something I could learn a lot from.
Yeah, why not?
Sounds fun.
I tried letting him know that they had, the last time we had talked with one, they had tried to burn a god, but it didn't seem to faze him that much. I mean, I'm not a god. Why would they want to burn me?
Oh, they're they might do it if you look at them funny.
Well, I mean, I could wear a hat.
What would a hat do?
Well, I mean, I'm already so small. They wouldn't really be able to see if I would looking at them or not.
But you would have to crane your neck up to look at them. So they would actually know more if you were looking at them than you without a hat.
I've actually been trying my best to make myself look as less silly as possible since living here now. I try not to meet too many people in the eye unless they come down to my level. It just makes things a little less like I'm a kid.
Why not solar spectacles?
Solar spectacles?
I saw them a couple times in the north when the sun is a bit too bright. They are spectacles that they're not so much for seeing because your eyes aren't that good, but because the sun is too bright. They are obscured.
Oh, Would that be something I would need?
I mean, well, because they cover the eyes, no one could know what direction you're looking.
Ah, that might be something. In the end, if I really wanted to just have anything happen, I could just wrap something around my eyes and have you all leave me around.
I was more just kind of.
I think you're all putting a lot more.
Example.
I think you're all putting a lot more faith into these words than they need to be. If they try to burn you, then we will probably stop them.
Yes, definitely.
What do you think, Gorthos? Do you think we can stop them?
Sorry, people came back in from outside.
Wouldn't you want to stop those witches from burning our poor little witch here? Holds up Argo.
Ma'am, put me down.
Again, Ivori is eccentric, but she's not going to hurt anybody. He'll make sure of it.
Yeah, see? Then no hat.
Go ahead.
All right.
Just be competent and you'll be fine.
But yes, is there anything you guys would like to see? If not, I can just perform my duties and meet you all back at the house.
I would like you to check somewhere really quick.
Sure. Would you mind making our way up there then?
Yeah.
Does anybody else want to look through anything? With this basin, I can basically see much of anything as I can.
There's someone I'd like you to try finding. So sure.
Cool. Yeah. Does anybody, Polo and Gorthos, do you guys want to make your way up there, or do you guys want other things you want to do?
There's that thing where it's like she was told her brothers might be somewhere, but if she goes to Argo, he can probably narrow it down and actually tell her where they are. But then there's also just going there. So I think she'll probably just go because she can also sniff them out as well as Orion. So yeah. she'll go look for her brothers.
And Gorthos, do you want to make your way up, or do you want to go and go over toward the temple, which I'm pretty sure that's what you want to do? Gorthos?
Gortho?
I'm sorry, I'm just getting distracted by things. I'm having to take my headset on and off, but
do you want to have Argo look into anything for you, or do you want to make your way off to the temple?
Anything Gorthos wants to see isn't infinitely more dangerous than even asking to see Ivori. So don't worry about it right now, Argo. He will be back.
All right. I will most likely be having this be my last time before making my way off with all of you then. As Gorthos and Polo, you guys will be making your way off toward the city. Ronan and Marco, you guys make your way up onto the top where the basin is. As you guys are going off in 3 different directions, let's go ahead and start off with the one that has the most of you. As currently, Marco and Ronan. You guys, as well as Obra, will follow Argo up to the top of the basin. As you do find that beside of where the basin is, there's a tiny box, and Argo goes over towards said tiny box and pulls out what can only be described as like a weird sagely robe on the inside. As he looks it over and then looks down toward the south. Nobody's here yet, so the king said that they would take me more seriously if I dressed like a holy man.
That makes sense.
It's kind of hard for them to come to grips with the fact that the Kokiri aren't mythical beings or something.
I see.
I get that reference. Also, how dare.
That seems strange. I
It's
don't know how much I like that.
It's no big deal. I just gotta wear this and walk around on the basin a bit. It's mostly to stop people from getting too curious and wandering into the woods. If they did, then most likely they'd turn into skull kids or even stalls.
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah, it is dangerous up there.
I might have just found another person for you to look into for me.
Hmm?
I knew saying that was gonna bring something up. It's mostly if all I have to do is put on a robe to sate people's curiosities about the Kokiri, I think it's fine.
That's good.
But what is it that you guys would like me to show? Apparently, there's not really a lot of people here.
Marco, you go first.
I was gonna be willing to go last, but if that's the case, I want to check on, because I think we filled you in on what happened during all this time with what happened at the manor, right?
I've heard bits and pieces of it from the others. Mostly whenever I was talking with Rocket and Kuro, they gave me a little bit of information that they learned through Gallon and other people. But I kind of know everything. Probably missing some details.
I don't know if I don't know who would be better to look for specifically, whether if you can't even look into the place or specifically the one. I want you to find a demon. Or her name is well, god damn it, why am I blanking on her fucking name?
Aga?
Eve.
Or Eve.
Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was worried you were going to ask about that. I've mentioned it a couple of times, but some things are a little bit difficult to look into. Those things usually being sages, as well as anything to do with the dungeons, usually. It's hard to see inside of any of them. I could check and see if they're outside of a dungeon, but according to what everybody has said, you believe them to be in a dungeon to the north, do you not?
Yes, I do. We do believe. I just want to know if they're still, after this whole month. I've been trying not to think about it too much, but he could have just moved since then.
I can see if there's anything I can find. Though, again,
Okay.
I wouldn't get your hopes up too much about any information on them. The fact that it is a sage means that even if they're not inside of a dungeon, it may be hard to track them down.
And the fact is that we finally found out where he was because another person decided, hey, I'm going to scry the entire region and found the one place you can't look into.
Not to mention, isn't this the one that tries blocking information about himself either way?
So if he blocks the information, then at the very least we know that he's still there.
We know something's going on at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can do that. You see him just slipping his hands through, like, these oversized sleeves. Looking back toward Ronan. And, what would you like me to look for?
Well, now there's two people I want you to look for, if that's okay.
That's fine. Like I said, there's
alright,
not really a lot of people around, so unless people start showing up, I have you guys basically just for the entire session.
Okay, cool. I'd like you to look for Gidon. First off. King Gidon.
Oh, that should be easy from what I know of him. Isn't he someone that has one of the sacred treasures inside of his head?
He sure does.
It should be pretty easy to pinpoint him. I'm not sure how much of a clear vision I'll be able to get of him, but I'll at least be able to tell you where he's at.
That's all we really need. Also, you saying it reminded me, but there's a skull kid in the woods.
A skull kid?
That has a particular instrument. That deals with time things, I think. I know that much, right, Deco? Like, I would know that from Jason.
You guys know it apparently has, they apparently have a instrument of the goddess of time.
Yeah, it has like a instrument of the goddess of time that they stole.
I mean, I could try. Skull kids are mysterious creatures, but I don't think they should have anything to stop me from finding them. If they're inside of the woods, though, it would be hard. The Kokiri woods are magic in of themselves. They're basically the entirety of them is dangerous, though you would never really suspect it by just looking at them. Again, the entire reason I'm wanting to wear this is so that people don't get too close to them and get their curiosities mixed about. If they think that we're some kind of holy creatures, then most of them will keep their distance. Other than that, though, if they're somewhere outside of the woods, maybe I can find them, or if they're doing something incredibly different, I might be able to get a read on them.
Yeah, maybe.
Sure. Is there anything else, Miss Obra? Looks to the two of you, looks back to Argo. Can't really think of much of anything that's too interesting, though. I guess the big thing that's on my mind. There was this person, apparently, that had been attacking the Sun Temple. Apparently it's another sage, so I know you can't do much about that, but apparently they're traveling with a bunch of Lizalthos. If you can find out if there's any sort of army of Lizalthos anywhere. Monsters will be hard to really pinpoint. They're kind of everywhere, but I can see what I can do. That's the only thing on my mind.
Alrighty.
Argo would take those things. He would start to step his way into the pool of things. As he does, you guys would note that even though the basin is a lot deeper than you guys basically know it is, like you guys have seen this thing while it was still getting built. It is essentially a pool. As he steps out, however, you do find that he does not seem to sink down as he steps out into the center.
I see. That's why they think you're
Forest
holy.
Jesus.
You guys see that apparently when it comes to the robe that he's wearing, it seems to almost repel the water as he walks through.
Ooh.
Hydrophobic cloak.
It's just a little thing they gave him. It's this little thing, and he likes it. No, anyway.
I was
That'd
waiting.
be so useful solving water puzzles. Thanks to the water dungeon.
As he steps out into the center, he is going to roll for each of those things. The
I will
first
give
thing,
him a jam session on all of them if I am able.
heck yeah, you're just back there, just jamming it out as he's going.
Yeah. Just give him advantage on the rolls.
As it sounds like there's actually three of you doing such a thing, or however many the thing does. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, I think you said it makes me equal to 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
We really should have this written down somewhere.
I have it written down. I just don't remember.
Oh, okay.
Guys, I'm sorry. There's not a lot of preparation I did today.
No, you're good,
I
you're
had
good,
things
you're good.
prepared, but I'm.
That's
I'm
fine. Why do
very
you think we're
sleepy.
doing this?
Can I get them advantage on a thing?
Very sleepy. With your jam session.
I think I can only give them a D4.
Yes, I
Oh,
believe it is only.
the effect of a goddess point is what I can
Yes.
do. Okay. Yeah, then I will do that for all the rolls.
Heck yeah. As you are back there and you begin to start playing, why don't you roll me for your diligence as well while you're doing this?
Okay. Oh, we're gonna fucking draw in a massive fucking crowd here. That's a
And roll me
13.
one more time.
All right.
Which one do you
Might
want?
be good. I'll take the 13 because this might be for how good I do.
As you are playing, the fairy heart giving you a bit of a rouse to your performance. You find that Argo getting into the center at first just starts acting quite normally. However, you also note that after a little bit of time of him preparing everything, spreading some kind of a material throughout the water, that some of the guards do seem to make their way over. As he does his first look, you do find that a couple of guards do appear to be showing with some other townsfolk as well. The first roll is going to be for him to learn about if there's anything he can learn about the sage. They are difficult to do things with, so you are basically getting rid of his disadvantage.
Hell yeah.
You find that as the area beneath him starts to show somewhat of the land of Hyrule beneath him, a large area of it for a second seems to almost blot out seems to almost just blot out as he looks to it for a second, looks back toward the people gathering, and instead of keeping going down that path that he's pretty sure he's not going to get anything from, he tries to save it by having everything look like stars around him. It's like nah, look, this is the sky. Anyway,
oh jeez.
He will then try to do Eve. This he will have advantage with because of the jam session. 3 is the first, and then the second.
Good thing.
The 13 plus his. You find whenever he starts looking for Eve, he looks as if for a second, as the area about him seems to zoom in toward the northern part of Hyrule. You do find that it seems to establish itself around the same area you expect, as it does seem to still show the northern cave that you have went to before, Marco, but does not give any more information, unfortunately.
She's still there at the very least.
He is unfortunately not able to see inside of the dungeons, but he do his best.
As long as she's still at the relative location that she's still where she is, and also finding her means she's also still alive.
He's gonna get to roll for Gidon. This time he gets to roll 3 times because he had advantage anyway. Because there's no way this guy really can hide, not from Argo at the very least. That is a 5, and then next roll. That is a 3. Maybe he is gonna
come
hide
on,
from-
bro.
Maybe he is gonna hide
Come
from
on,
Argo.
bro. Hey, there we go.
You guys see that as the land of Hyrule seems to go back and about once more, that it does seem to, for a moment, bring itself down toward the south, as you see that currently it looks as if Gidon, as it zooms downward into the area about the northern part of the lake, you find that it seems to zoom in around this area. As it zooms downward and inward, you find that there is, for a second, the showing of a large camp that is completely full of not only Sea Zora, but there does appear to be quite a number of humans and Hylians among them as well. As you see this sort of hodgepodge army of people settled in this settlement, you note that in the very center there is a man sitting on a crate staring off into the north, as it seems to lower itself to him. Let's see if there's anything important he's doing at the moment. Let me check my notes. Oh, he's just scratching his ass. Okay, no.
Very important.
Very important ass
sharing.
scratching session, you know. It shows that while he is sitting there, the one thing that comes to a somewhat surprise to you is that there appears to be the ruby, the Goron's ruby, sitting off to his side instead of being currently embedded in his head.
Does he still look as big as he was?
Yes.
Okay, I figured.
It still seems like he has been under the effects of the ritual still. It doesn't seem like that it being in his head has any real effect of that, but for some reason it does seem that the front of his upon just looking at this large intimidating Zora, it seems that his face is looking slightly better, in the best way I can put it. Let's zoom in on the boy for a moment, as just to remind the audience here. He had cracks in his head. From where there were scales missing and such. As we look at him now, however, it does appear that his eyes are less bloodshot, and it looks like his scales on his forehead are seemingly healing. However, he does still appear to have the Goron's ruby, and he does also appear to have not only an army of, again, Caesora at his command, but again, Hylians and humans, from what you can tell.
Huh.
It doesn't
Okay.
it doesn't seem as if he is stopping whatever he is doing, but he does look better. It doesn't look like he's hurting as much. That's probably bad for you, but you know.
Yeah.
Did he get some clear eyes for that bloodshot?
Yeah, his eyes are less bloodshot. There are less from what you guys remember of it, there are less bags under his eyes, and his scales on his head are seeming to be healing. He looks stronger than you guys saw him before. Essentially.
Do these guys just look like they're fucking ragtag mercenaries or some shit, or do they look like they're like organized, like a
The
militia
Caesora
force kind of thing?
themselves, the Caesora themselves look extremely militarized.
Yeah,
it looks
yeah.
as if they are normally upon like gazing at them. These are definitely the knights of the Caesora.
Yeah.
As far as the humans and Hylians, the humans look as if they are more of militia. Not a lot of them seem like they are very well shown, not like armed at all. But it does seem as if there are a number of them. As for the Hylians, the big thing you would notice from them is that they do seem to be somewhat strange. As you look to them, Marco especially, you would notice this. They seem to be wearing old-fashioned. As you look it over, they look as if they are showing them. They look like they are showing themselves to be less modernized than you would think. Upon all of you living in Castletown, they don't really show themselves wearing the armors of any of the Hylians in the kingdom you've seen. However, they also just appear to be kind of at ease in some ways. They are wearing very clothy outfits. They are wearing very strange looking, like, and just seemingly expensive looking jewelry about them. The Hylians here appear to show themselves to be less of a militaristic force and more of a, what you guys would almost equate to a magical force. Which is odd because there's no way there's this many fucking witches.
Huh.
Huh. They look.
That's. And they're just camping. They don't look like they're getting ready to move out anywhere.
Nah, it seems very calm. It is still the morning where you guys can see right now. It seems like at least from the area directly around him, people are getting food and things of that nature. The only one seemingly doing anything that is interesting is Gidan, as he just appears to be looking off toward the north. Looking at the north, you would note that to the north of him is Central Hyrule. Unless he's staring at you guys. So he is most likely looking off toward what you guys have already known to be the army of Gorons that are off to the north.
Ah, I see.
Most likely.
Okay.
They've got some old-fashioned clothing. They almost seem like mages, all of them, but that's weird. There aren't that many, especially when there's a gathering of witches up north.
Huh.
You did say that there's quite a number of dungeons that crop up around Central Hyrule. Perhaps these are relics of the past from them?
But I don't, even that's the case, it's like, unless they found like an extremely well preserved, like completely isolated room in a dungeon that had like this rows and rows of clothing like this, I don't see why they would switch to that when it's just clothing. It's not armor.
Well, I don't really understand it myself. I don't know how a lot of people go about using their magics, especially after hearing from Galen about how he learned his magics. But I mean, you can't bring out the fact that Polo, clothing is still something that can be powerful.
Yeah, there's also people like Clavier who get their powers from something.
But I feel like if I've seen a force of this kind of people with that style, that'd be far more well known, talked about.
That does bring up a thing. They could all have some sort of a connection to a large magical beast of some kind, though the only thing that comes to mind that I've seen as of recently is Gorthos and Volcircuit. Unless there's something else out there that could be powerful enough to give a lot of people their power.
Gidon couldn't do that himself, right? Not with... The only way I could see him doing that is if it's the ruby somehow, but I don't know.
Gidon knows a lot more than we know. He says that we're apparently the cause of some calamity about to approach. Maybe he has somebody higher up helping him.
Perhaps that's why the ruby is no longer in his head. Maybe he's decided now to give more of its power to those around him. If he is potentially seeking to give the trial of the River Zora to those other Sea Zora around him, he could be trying to make more large Sea Zora like you, Roman. Though that doesn't explain the Hyruleans.
Hyruleans?
Hylians,
That's an
fuck off.
old-fashioned way to say it.
Hylians, fuck off. You know my brain isn't working, Emerald! Anyway.
I'm making it like it was an old way to say Hylian. Because, I mean, look, they are old-timey, that's why.
That doesn't explain the Hylians, but we might have to worry that they are... If he does share the Goron's Ruby's power with them, we could be fighting people on the same level as, well, someone as strong as you or my people. Maybe even stronger, since it looks like the Sea Zora seem to gain a lot of mass from what we've seen of Gidon.
Do you think they'll suddenly, like, become as big as those harem bandits? You know, the really big ones?
Oh, no!
That would be rather
Did the
frightening.
harem parents go take the test themselves? Is that what they look like?
That would be rather frightening.
We'll have to ask the bandit queen about that.
As you guys continue to look into the waters, Argo will then go to the final of these, which is to find out anything about the second final. He goes to look up anything about the Skull Kid. With this, that will be with just regular advantage, because you are giving jam session. Despite your talking, you are still playing.
Yeah.
Luckily, you're not a singer.
Definitely.
Or
No, he would not
or
be
a
good.
blowing instrument, like a trumpet or
Oh,
something.
come on.
That was a 2.
Come on, you can do it. That's
Another 2.
two
That one didn't-
twos.
I'm going to roll that one again, because that one did not seem to roll as quickly as the other. Booyah! 6. There we
That's
go.
a 6.
It does not seem to zoom in nearly as far as where it did with Gidon. It doesn't show you actual faces. It doesn't show you exactly where anything is going down. However, you do find that it does seem to show itself somewhere around where the forest is. However, it does not seem to be showing directly inside the forest, because from what you had remembered from what Argo had said, he can't really see inside the Kokiri Woods. You find that around the place where you guys had seen that creature, there appears to be where the vision is showing.
Which is where exactly?
A little bit to the north of the Dam City.
Okay.
Right at the edge of the thing here, right across from the river.
Very, very curious about that place.
And finally, he is going to look into the Zalthos. He will roll with advantage once more. 1 and 2. That was a 10 plus his. You find that as he begins to try to look for an army of Lizalfos, nothing immediately begins to show itself. As it looks as if the vision seems to somewhat travel throughout the land of Hyrule for a bit, mostly sticking along the rivers. You do find it does seem to somewhat hang on a certain area, which the only thing about it that seems to be roughly any kind of worrisome is that it's around right here, where the vision seems to hang a little bit. seems to hang around around the river, decently close to where Central Hyrule is.
That's not far from where Gidan is.
It's also not far from when we first saw them, when we couldn't really do much about them because I couldn't use any other weapons. Because me and you, Ronan, we saw that. We'd stuck around.
Are these the ones we stole from?
Potentially, they could have moved up their camp.
As again, unfortunately, because of his role, he did not get it to hone in on anything in particular. But whenever he's looking for a group of Lizalfos, it seems to hover itself over the river area here, meaning that this is probably where the largest gathering of Lizalfos in Hyrule is.
Mm-hmm.
But again, nothing concrete.
That's a lot of... Go ahead.
As he continues to show this, every now and then you do hear a little splash as people are throwing rupees into the basin.
That's why I didn't fucking go far enough, because they keep fucking it up with their little waves they make from throwing money in.
You see that there are people surrounding, watching, seeing the sight. Some of them had gasped whenever Gidan was shown, but other than that, people just seem to be watching along, and you see that some of them, as they're tossing in their rupees. Argo does start making his way around the rim of the place, talking with some of them. You see the visions below him changing slightly as he's going through. You see for a moment, I'm just going to do some random rolls here to see if any of the people of Hyrule have anything important they want to show. People of Castletown. First one is a fucking... Alright, that guy really wants to see
Where was
something.
that one roll ago?
You will find that the first place he goes, he makes his way down toward the session of toward the people. They seem to want to see some of the things going on over with the river domain. The river domain being a hot topic among the Castletown now. As you guys would see that the domain itself does seem to be doing a lot better over the past month. Most of the Dodongo attack area seems to have been completely settled. Nobody is there's no like broken down buildings or anything like that of the sort any longer, and it does seem to somewhat stop onto the Sun Temple, where it does show that the temple itself does appear to be being repaired on the outside around where Gallon would be. The next roll is going to be
Or are these just like random people making their shit now?
Yep, this is just, he's going around asking people. I'm just checking 3 rolls to see if anything goes down. The second one, you guys see that there is a little bit of an area where people have been trying to look into activity off toward the north. You find that as they do, there is a bit of a showing of a large city within the area in the waters. You guys have heard of this city many times since the beginning of the campaign. This large trade city that's just outside of Hyrule's borders. As you guys look at this large city and see that it, just like Hyrule, has a large wall-like area about it, though the wall for it appears to be a circular wall, and then on the outside there continues the city. Whereas it's kind of like in Hyrule, there's a wall around the entirety of the kingdom. This one, it just seems to split up the city in 2. Looking forward toward it, looking down at the actual settlement of it, you find that there is seemingly a lot of traffic going back and forth throughout, and you guys in particular would note as you look down toward it, nobody seems to make any sort of understanding of it, but there are some oohs and ahs across the crowd as you guys see something familiar. What appears to be something in the caravans leaving said city. There is a small golden glint that comes from it, which you guys would remember being something similar to what you guys had seen whenever you had first asked Argo about the broken shards throughout the lands. While nobody else here would know anything about that, you guys would see that some kind of similar energy seems to be showing itself there.
Where was that again?
This is in the trade city that's just on the outside of Hyrule to the north. It appears to be somebody appears to be moving something about there. Whether that means a person is being affected by it or it is being a part of their wares, somebody has some kind of golden power that seems to be moving down toward the south.
Hey, can you zoom in on that? Can you get a little closer?
You call out to Argo. As you do, Argo will attempt, though I don't think that he can do that. I will look. If he rolls really high, we'll see.
Give him another jam session.
That's what I'm doing.
Sure, let's do it again.
Come
I'll
on,
give it a
come
chance.
on.
Okay, well, 11 plus whatever.
You see that it does any kind of zooming he is able to do as you're looking through your Google Maps, Argo. He does seem to zoom slightly toward it. From what you can tell, the only thing that you would see here is what appears to be a carriage being drawn by these large creatures, these large like oxen creatures. As they are moving down toward the south, they appear to be going upon a main road. And this caravan appears to be a large number of caravans. There appears to be 5 carriages in total. And they look like they are seemingly extremely well armed. There are guards all about them, and from what you can tell in some of the areas in the carriage themselves, they appear to be transporting weapons.
Huh.
Other than that, though, unfortunately, you're not able to see anything more of that weird golden glint.
That's fine.
And the last roll I am doing, just to see if he knows anything about this or not. You do note that some of the kids around seem to be coming to him and asking him different things. The only people of this entire town that can look him in the eye, as you just see what appears to be a large zooming in of the Temple of Time and people looking at a visage of Zelda. As people
you can go there.
As people
you can
are
do that
are,
right
are
now.
doing different things. Who knows, man? Maybe they think they can't. One thing that you will note upon looking down at it is that almost immediately as you guys are looking at this, since it took a bit of time to prep these things, is you notice that she seems to look back and a smile goes across her face as this zooms out slightly and you see this large towering demon stepping into the temple as people go ah!
Yeah.
The crowds then have to get calmed by the guard going, no, it's fine.
At the champion of Hyrule.
Finally, Argo would make his way back around to you guys. As he does, I can try to look into anything else for you while we're still here, but I think this is the end. Is there anything else you want me to try to find? I'm sorry that I've not been able to give a lot of results.
You're
been
good.
curious about the Gerudo Queen.
Yeah, I could definitely look into
Not a bad
the
question.
deserts, right?
Yeah, why not? It's
I believe you
See
mean the
what's
chieftain as
going
well,
on.
correct?
chieftain, right?
Unless they are actually calling themselves a queen now. I'll do my best.
I've got so many important royal people. Okay, it's hard keeping the right terms.
First roll. It's doing the thing again. Okay, never mind. It's not. Okay, good. 14, and then second roll. 11. I thought it said 17 for a second. You find that as it seems to make its way over the land of the Gerudo, you find that it does seem to come into this large walled city up to the northern part of the mountains of the desert. Looking in through there, you do hear some oohs and ahs from people because normally people can't see inside of this unless something bad has happened.
What? No way.
As it seems to go through the streets of this desert city until it makes its way to this large palace-like area. As you guys would see, let me actually get a piece of art, actually.
Ooh.
Hey, look
Getting
what
to see
I
a little
did.
bit on early.
Gip.
Gib.
I gib. Hold on. You guys see, upon looking through, I have to make an actual token for them. That's why I'm cutting the image currently. You guys see as the area gets through, showing the palace area in front of you. There appears to be several people being shown in front of this person as this is going down. They appear to be sitting along a throne, staring down forward toward what appears to be several different people, humans, Hylians, some Zora are about the area, and you even find that looking throughout the court of people in front of them, there even appears to be a couple of Rito. As you find sitting upon the actual throne of this area. Did that not save? Save, please. Oh, you did. Okay, good. Just gonna take over his token base. You guys have seen quite the number of Gerudo in your time upon being through here.
Mm-hmm.
You find what appears to be a slightly smaller Gerudo sitting at their throne, staring forward, and as you guys look to them, you do note that ding, this person looking forward throughout the crowd of people, as they are staring forward, a smile upon their face. The smile falters for a moment as you see them turn their eyes, not their head, just their eyes, as if staring directly up toward the vision area that Argo is showing.
Oh.
Ruh-roh.
As they do this, they stare for a moment before they do seem to slightly turn their head, give a smile, and a very brief wave. Before returning their gaze in front of them.
Well, then.
They then seem to ignore the vision entirely.
That's not creepy at all.
Maybe there was a bird up on the ceiling. Maybe a bird came by. That's
Okay.
probably it.
That's most likely what it was.
Yeah. The vision seems to linger on them for a bit, as Argo is just looking to you guys. You see the crowd of Hyrule. They do seem to once again, like there's a bit of a commotion among the crowd as they are now talking about the Gerudo chieftain.
Okay, well, we can't hear anything from this, right? This is just vision.
Yeah,
Is she
unfortunately.
single?
What was that?
Is she single?
You see
Jesus Christ.
what appears to be a pink-haired Hylian off to the side with spectacles, calling out toward the second plank.
Well, I can't really tell what she's doing.
Seems like everything's fine over there.
They mostly appear to be talking toward people in front of them. Again, there's like a rather large court of people in front of them. Obra looks towards you guys. I'm gonna have her roll really quick, and I'd like for the two of you to roll me for your diligences as well as I take your thing really quick. Cool. All right, both of you
Real
roll.
good.
Oprah has some negative diligence.
Oh, no. Of course she does. I'm
Well,
just gonna
I got a 13.
That's pretty good.
I'm grabbing one of these, and now I'm gonna roll.
It's still a 17 from Oprah though.
11, and then finally,
Oh, we have goddess points. Fuck.
yeah, we do.
I keep forgetting.
So that's a total of 15.
And you got a 13, right?
Yes.
Okay. Marco, you technically got the highest. One thing you note as you look around the thing and not being able to hear anything, one thing that comes to mind while you're looking at the crowd of people in front of them, some of them are male.
Oh, there are men there. That's weird.
Which you would know very much just from talking with Gallon and Kuro and any of the other things, and just through general knowledge, men are not allowed inside of the wall.
That's
No matter what they belong to, you know that Nicola had just told you guys that sometimes people are allowed, and again, you guys had heard that Gallon and Kuro are sometimes allowed inside, like once every year or so. But usually men are not allowed inside the walls of the Gerudo City. Or Gerudo
That's
City.
a lot of men in the city that they're not allowed in.
And again, there are Rito there are Goron there are some Hylians and humans there, and again, there are also some Caesora there.
So, saying that now that we noticed that there are men, how do the men look?
Generally all right. They're not, there's not like any, again, it appears to be like a court, as if people are talking to them.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't appear there doesn't appear like there's any bad things happening.
Okay, so no manacles, no like, on the distance there's like arrows pointed at them.
Why would there
I
be?
don't know. Men aren't allowed in the city. It's like maybe they have precautions like that by having men in the city. I don't know.
No,
why?
Nothing like that seems to be.
I don't know what to make of that.
Well, a couple of those Caesora look as if they're most likely not the ones that were recalled at that point.
Did we or did we not hear that some of the river, or not the river, the Caesora men were going missing down near that general area?
You have
We heard
that men in general have been going missing in Central Hyrule.
Men in general have been going
But there are
missing.
Zora there. Why would they take Zora to the city? Deep into the desert? That doesn't seem safe for them.
It doesn't.
Specifically the Zora men. How did they look?
They look fine. They look well moistened.
As long as they're getting moisturized, I guess it's fine. Is this fine? I don't know if this is fine.
I
can't
don't know.
What about Argo? Did Argo roll to see if they're fine?
Argo can only see things. He can't really.
We have no one with us with any know-how of Gerudo culture.
But hey,
We can maybe ask Gallon or Nicola about it later.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Everything's probably fine, I'd say. Anyway.
All right.
Yes.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try something very stupid.
Okay.
I'm going to with large gesturing wave into the pool. Like just wave back at her basically and see if there's any reaction.
Ronan, as you wave back, you see the eye again, not the head, the eye move toward the area.
Okay, so she can see us. You might want to turn this off now.
As Argo, upon seeing that, does in fact drop the scrying.
So she must be a fairly powerful witch to be able to notice this, right?
Possibly.
There are other beings that potentially could, though it makes the best sense. Perhaps they are somewhat of an oracle as well.
Hmm.
We'll have to talk to people about this.
As the crowds once again, as they see the vision receding, some of them start making their way away. A couple of them throw more rupees into the water.
So you're gonna roll how much money he makes, right?
Oh, definitely. There's an average. He does have an average that he makes per thing.
Hell yeah, dude, get it.
Hell yeah.
Dude, Argo has a salary now, man. I'm just
He has a fucking tip jar. Fuck that shit. He has a tip pond.
A tip pool.
Tips were pretty fucking good today.
Hell yeah,
You
dude.
see among the water there are some glints of gold, as people might have thrown in
Nice.
golden rupees.
Fucking suckers.
I mean, are they suckers? Because
I mean, if they got their visions told for them, then no. But if they didn't.
You see the crowd beginning to disperse. You guys would have spent a good probably half hour to 45 minutes watching this little session of theirs. You would note that Argo, as people go to make their way away, just start stepping over, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up.
Thank you, Argo. That was very informative with all of that.
He returns to you guys. Yeah, I know that we saw some pretty abstract things around, but at least we were able to get a good vision of those other two, right?
Yeah, we got
Gidan
something.
and that really pretty lady.
I see. He has a type.
I don't know why. Nothing. Anyway, but yeah, we were able to. That's the first time I've seen someone interact with my scrying that didn't try to hurt me.
I mean, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I guess they're allowing men in the city now. I guess scrying on the city isn't like that big of a deal then. I feel like that kind of thing should be like very against their customs. Am I wrong to think that?
Perhaps they had seen that it was a witch that was doing it. Maybe they thought it was Galen? No. They had waved back as Ronan waved to them, so we can only assume that they've somewhat had some perception of what was outside, unless they just... I don't know.
It's...
This is not the kind of
Yeah.
magic I think could be possible, but neither was what happened with Ivori.
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense to me, but...
I could try and see if I can go and ask my mother, but we're wanting to be heading out pretty soon.
Yeah.
I guess I could try to track down Kuro or Galen. No, probably don't want to bother Galen. He did say he was going to blow up the temple.
Kuro's around, so we could go. I think they said he's at the temple, so we could go catch up with Gorthos and talk to him about it.
Yeah, we can go over to where Koro is. Him and the prince have been making his way around the city lately.
Cool.
All right.
As
Let's head on over.
Argo goes over, takes off his little robe, puts it inside of box, picks box up, puts box inside of tiny bag, puts tiny bag on waist, walks over to you guys.
Off we go.
And away we go.
You guys will be making your way back over toward things. We are going to make our way over toward Polo.
Wow.
Polo, you are wanting to make your way to the south of the city.
Mm-hmm.
Upon making your way through the city itself, not a lot of things extremely show themselves to you that are weird. The main thing is you do note after a bit of time, you are seeing that lots of a bit of a crowd is starting to form and make their way beyond where you and Gorthos were walking, heading over toward where the scrying pool would have been. You and Gorthos would separate from each other around the center of town before you make your way down toward the south. Getting as far down as you do, you make your way toward the area that you remember first seeing Vega whenever you guys had came to town. There's a rather large gate that would show the center of town. There is a tiny little road leading from the major city into the wall and said gate. As you would step off in that direction, roll me for your instinct, please.
Instinct.
And by that I mean diligence, because I remember that is not instinct is not a stat here.
13 plus 5 is 18.
You will find, as you are making your way through, that you do get a bit of a whiff of some demon about the area. As you are looking about, you find that there is, in fact, a Vega down to the south of town.
Huh.
You will see. Bloop. I just want to get you guys a little square to talk on.
Square.
You want them little squaros. As the land collapses down below you, you find that not only is there a Vega here. As soon as I can find him, where you at? There you are, Vega. There is also another person here that you recognize. As you see, Domran.
Oh.
As you make your way a little bit off from the beaten path, you do find that there is a small little area off to the side where you find Vega, not in any sort of actual rage or anything, but you do see that there is a Vega currently in most likely is the worst state you've seen him, other than being thrown into lava. As you do look at him, there are slight bruises upon his skin, and there does appear to be some bleeding along his face very slightly, as it looks as if the two of them have been sparring.
At first she was gonna pick up Orion, but then she sees how she sees the blood and probably smells it, so she's just like, Brother Vega! And then
hey! You see, for a moment, there was a very sharp shift over to you, but immediately upon seeing you, you see his face soften. Hey, Polo!
What are you two doing?
You note that Domran was still holding out his hammer in a combative stance. However, as soon as he sees you as well, he will put it onto the ground before giving a slight bow towards you.
Good morning, Sir Domran.
How do you do that?
I don't know.
How did you get good morning from that? How the fuck do you do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
She really is a sage.
Don't know. I was just I guess he said good morning.
Vega rushes his way over towards you
Good ears
as he
and
does.
good headphones. Also working a counter.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Vega rushes over to you. He just sort of you see for a second when he stops, he kind of absent-mindedly goes and rubs a bit of his neck where you see one of these slight bruises that, again, you don't expect any of the bruising was done in this fight. As he gets over to you, what's going on? You guys back from the sun thing or whatever?
Yes. Have you been sparring lately? What are all these bruises and cuts all over you?
Oh, yeah, I've been going out into the forest off to the east and trying to fight some monsters, and I've been sparring with Domran here every now and then. I've been trying to, I don't know, get into a bit of a groove of protecting myself.
I mean, that is rather fair, considering you are not immortal anymore.
Whenever I was talking with Domrin here, he was telling me something about how I should make sure that I was prepared for any kind of fight. And whenever we first had gone out, I kind of just went wild, and one of these little Lizalfos guys stabbed me through with a spear. You see him open up his shirt slightly, as there is a slight scar along a part of his shoulder.
How long did that take for you to heal?
Not that long.
Uh,
Oh,
I mean, I'm
so
still a
now
demon.
understanding Domran is hereditary. Fun.
also, you understand him too.
Oh yeah, what do you mean?
No, it's fine. I understand him just fine, and it seems nobody else can.
Oh, why?
I'm glad that you appreciate us both. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Look, I really appreciate you both.
Well, she just like gives a small bow to Domran. It's like, thank you, Sir Domran, for assisting my brother in his time. How was your other search, brother?
Hadar? Yeah, he's been going in and out of Castletown, but apparently I keep missing him. He's been leaving behind little bits and pieces of things so I can't smell him.
I was told he has apparently been frequenting the castle with Uncle.
Yeah. I tried getting the king to let me know if he's ever around, but apparently he just goes straight into where the bishop is all the time, so he hardly even says anything to the king. By the time I hear he's there, if I'm one of the guards or smell him around, he's usually gone.
The king had told me that one brother was avoiding the other, but I thought you had been just shirking your search for him.
No, I told you I was gonna go try to find him. But, apparently he doesn't want to be found right now.
I wonder why.
I don't know. I tried talking to Uncle about it, but whenever I did, he just told me to stay out of his business for a bit.
Well, that's not very much like Uncle. He usually likes to spill anybody's business because he doesn't care.
Shrugs. They're doing something. I know that they're messing about with the king a bit. At least that's what he's been saying. But I don't know if there's anything else to it. It feels weird. I don't know. Uncle, I guess, has been without a lot of freedom for the past several years, so maybe there's something there. I don't know.
I mean, there is one way you could probably get Uncle to cooperate.
I already tried.
Oh.
Anytime I go around him with any kind of food, I can't find him.
Oh dear.
He probably smells it. I tried bringing him a big old loaf from over with God, I can't remember her name, Ro. I tried bringing him a big old loaf from Ro, but I think as soon as I made my way there, I lost his scent. He probably knew that I was trying to bring him something.
I wonder if I should have tried looking for Brother Hadar instead.
You see him sniff the air. He's somewhere around here. I don't know exactly where he's at. Like I said, as soon as I try to find him, he disappears. That's why I've been mostly not trying to hide myself. That way, if I'm around, then he'll know to come see me, I guess. I've just been getting tired of it. Going into the castle every day, doing that training and everything. I don't know, I get that I gotta start taking care of myself a bit more, and I get that in the beginning, whenever I was messing with those monsters, that I should probably be protecting my body a bit more now, and I think I made a lot of progress in that, but it's just so boring here.
Now you're starting to sound like Galen.
I just want to do something, you know? I've been thinking about going back up north, but I don't know if I'm ready yet. I think I want to talk to Hadar before I go and do anything like that.
Understandable. I had wanted to see if Hadar was interested in also coming to the north with us. There is a convocation of witches that are going to be meeting up.
Oh, yeah?
I thought that maybe he would find some sort of interest. Maybe might know something. Even though he's not particularly a witch, he's still very inept with very astute with magics.
You mean Inspector Rock? I know you got that one.
Yeah, up in Spectral Rock. Oh. Miss Olga, well, I guess Miss Olga is a witch, and I guess Miss Pika would come along just because it would sound fun. Are you going, Mr. Domran?
No, mostly to watch them.
That makes sense.
I think you said Nimbus was gonna be making his way there too at some point.
Mr. Nimbus?
I don't know. He's avoiding me. Avoiding you?
Avoiding you?
It's weird. You see Domran just kind of like look over toward his hammer for a second, and then just go back to you. It's no big deal. I'll make my way back.
Actually, Mr. Domran? I can't speak for Mr. Nimbus. But he probably is being vigilant in some way, shape, or form. But
she's gonna pull an apple out of her bag.
You see him look to it curiously before reaching out to take it in his hand.
Mr. Nimbus loves apples and is very fond of a lot of fruit. So, if you wish to get his attention, throw this up in the air and hope that you don't get Miss Roki or Miss Kira.
He looks to it. You say that part, I'm gonna roll for him.
Just slowly spilling the great Sheikah secrets.
You see him for a second as you say Roki and Kira. He looks to the apple, looks back to you. So that's how it is. Interesting. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
As he looks to you. Champion Polo. I hope that everything goes well for you, and I can feel something in you has changed.
Oh, that's the sun god.
Okay.
It's
I hope that you understand. If you need anything, we are here. Same for you, Virgo. Nah, don't worry about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tomrin. It means a lot.
Thank you, champion. As he will go to make his way. I love talking to Domran.
I really don't understand why no one can understand him.
Yeah, he's plain as day.
Yeah, really.
Both of you, demon senses, demon senses flashing over your heads.
Now that I think about it, maybe I should have asked Mr. Argo about his scrying pool to find Brother Hadar.
It might be something.
Have you considered that?
I already tried.
It might not be as successful for myself then.
I don't know if he just knows a way to stop that kind of thing, but Argo couldn't find a peep of him the time I asked him. All he could tell me was he was in the city, and I'm like, I know that.
I wonder if he would hide from me. He wouldn't, right? Well,
I just can't even understand why he's hiding.
I don't understand either. And I need both of you to come with me to the Skeptical Rock for my spectacle. Fucking can't fucking speak today. Spectacle Rock for my I'm mixing accents.
You're going a little. You're going a little Scottish there, Polo.
It's not true. I've been practicing Scottish.
I need you both to come with me to Spectacle Rock for when I get my treasure.
Oh, that shouldn't be
Going
too
a
much of a
little
problem
minish
then.
there, hun.
What'd you say, Vega?
Oh, that shouldn't be too much of a problem then. You'll need to have us there anyway.
Well, I need to know where both of you are then.
He looks over toward the city. If he's hiding from me while I'm here, maybe I should leave for a bit then?
Well, where could you go?
I don't know, the river? Caesar place, that was pretty cool looking. Head back to that Hateno place.
Maybe.
Death Mountain. I just
The
go
Sun
walking
Temple?
around.
The Sun Temple?
I guess I could go to the Sun Temple. It's kind of inside of a place, though, you know.
I guess so. Anywhere really.
Yeah.
It's up to you, really. I'm just glad I at least was able to find one of you without much of a hassle.
I mean, if you're planning on making your way up to Spectacle Rock, you see him look up to toward where the sun is for a moment. As you do, you do feel for just a second, thanks to your demonic senses, because you are in your malice state. You do feel a slight amount of some kind of magic or ability coming off of Vega for a second. Some kind of feeling of not danger from him, because obviously, but you do feel some kind of demonic energy flare up for a sec. Probably about 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Yeah, that's about how much time you have.
Excuse me?
Oh,
Time for...
the dungeon.
Oh. The dungeon?
If you're wanting to go and check out Dad's dungeon, it only opens once a month.
Once a month?
Yeah, that's why you're gonna need both of us there. Huh?
You didn't tell me that it was a dungeon that only opens once a month.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Well, now I know it.
He didn't either.
Well, I don't expect Brother Hatter to tell me anything, Brother Vega. Whatever. Oh, it's
Sorry,
fine.
just kind of slipped my mind, I guess.
No, it's fine. Knowing something more is better. Maybe now I can use it to convince Marco.
I keep forgetting that for me and Hadar, a month is usually like whatever. Though to be fair, these last couple of months have been felt like almost like a year. But usually, if we have to wait a month on something, we're just like whatever.
Well, with that in mind, at some point we do plan to head there. And if you do choose to come with us to the convocation, bring your appetite.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
What are we eating? What are you making?
Have you heard of the legendary Lon Lon cake?
You're gonna make a Lon Lon cake?
I'm not making a thing,
Oh.
but it is a legendary Lon Lon cake. Emphasis on the legendary. Legendary. They say that if the cake is eaten in full, the person who consumes the most of it will become more powerful.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
And the
But,
cake must be consumed in its entirety.
hmm.
Oh, remember, you've had it already.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, but if you remember, I didn't really eat a lot of it.
That is true. You were still a bit paranoid at the time.
I'm not saying that I'm not, like, I mean, I'm better, I think, right?
No, I understand.
It's hard to get excited over that right now. But maybe I should, and then I'll, you see him kind of absentmindedly grab at, like, again, like one of his bruises for a second. Just kind of showing a little bit of uncomfort.
Mhm.
I just feel a bit more vulnerable now, you know?
No, I understand. It's too much to ask. It's fine.
No, I can go. If you really want me to.
Mm.
When are you gonna be making your way there?
Well, we have to commission the cake from Lon Lon. Apparently, it's an endeavor that takes the whole town. But they've already sent the order. I don't know when it'll be ready. But once we receive the cake, we should be making our way post haste.
All right then. If you gotta go pick it up, it's probably gonna take you like, I don't know, like a week to get down there, and then you guys can basically just instantly come back, right?
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, I can see you in a week.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. And yes, please, if you feel the need to not be cramped in Castletown, there's many places through the house that you can travel.
Yeah, I'll figure something out.
I mean, if you ever want to beat up some Lizalfos, there's still a bit of a infestation around the Sun Temple. Those Zodongo scales can only do so much to repel them.
Oh yeah? Well, I can see what I can do.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, Galen's always fun.
Galen is fun.
He is going to be an advisor.
Uh,
Council? What was it again?
He's a member of the court.
Ah, yes.
Though, he's been reading a lot lately.
I mean...
You think he
is
wants to do
trying-
anything fun?
I think when the time comes for a break, he will welcome it gladly.
I'll see if we can go and hang out somewhere then.
Hmm.
But yeah, I guess I'll try to get my appetite up.
Don't worry, I don't think a whole city of people would do something as blasé and as poison a cake that is apparently supposed to be their biggest reputation and the biggest source of their income. If not the only one.
I think if there's anything that's not gonna be something at me, it's probably that. Although it's really weird that I say that because there's also like apparently a curse on it. So I guess it's also something that definitely would hurt me if anything happened.
But I think it would hurt everybody, not just you, brother.
I'll think about it.
Of
Again,
course.
if I feel like I can handle it, I'll meet you at the house next week.
No pressure, brother.
Sorry.
No, it's completely fine. If anything, if you don't, then I'll just make a cake to make up for it.
Hey, I'll definitely get my appetite up for that. As he
All right.
stands there to you, he does seem to. Oh yeah. You said you wanted to make me something, right? Did you ever get around to it?
It is still a work in progress. She just like puts her hands together like in a little sorry. I do need more time.
No, yeah, definitely.
But I plan to make it something worth your while, brother.
Anything you make me is worth my while.
Mm.
I'll go figure something out then. You want to head back to the city?
Yeah, I do still want to find our brother.
Like I said, maybe whenever I leave, you'll have a better chance of it.
Maybe.
I'll walk you back.
Thank you.
You guys would start walking back toward the main part of the city. While you're walking, is there anything else you'd like to say to him?
There is the question of like the bruises, because if a stab through the shoulder is only leaving like a slight scar, why are the bruises still there?
Oh, these? I've just been coming here and fighting with Domrin every day.
But the bruises they look like they've been on you for much longer than the other wound you've shown me.
Oh yeah. Whenever I came back into the city after that thing stabbed me through, everybody got real worried about me. So then the king told Domrin to walk with me for the remainder of the time I was here. And then I convinced him to fight me. That hammer of his, it hits hard.
Well, it is rather big.
As he just sort of like looks it over. Just because I'm a demon doesn't mean I can shrug off everything. But, it's kind of exciting, right? I was thinking about going and talking to that Nimbus guy and that Kuro guy again. They were pretty strong whenever they fought me at the beginning of the place, whenever I was still, kind of cheating a bit. So it'd be kind of cool to fight him without it now.
I guess. Just tell them to,
It'd be cool if I could get Ronan in it, too.
She just like looks at him and just like points at the horns.
Just tell them to be mindful of these.
Bring his hand up to horns. Oh yeah, that would suck.
You're not going to be able to just put it back on like last time.
That sucks.
I mean, I'm sure it'll regrow. They'll just be uneven.
Should I wear little gloves on them or something? I've never had to deal with this. What?
Just tell them.
How do you protect them?
I fight using archery, Brother Vega.
Oh, yeah, and Adar uses magic.
I'm surprised you've never broken them before, considering.
Well, they just go right back.
True.
At least they did before.
Again, well, I don't see why they wouldn't start regrowing again if you did break one. It's just going to hurt.
Oh, man.
So, maybe when you're sparring, consider your agility. It's one thing to take a hit, but it's even better to make sure you don't take any unnecessary damage.
You're sitting there talking my head off like Domrin does. Watch your flank, move yourself quicker, make sure I don't hit you with my giant hammer.
Well, what if his hammer hits your horn one day and shatters it into a million pieces? You're gonna have one horn.
Puts his hand up to his horns. Okay. Fine. Dang it. You guys would make your way back. As you would get into the town in its actuality, Vega would wave you off as he looks as if he goes further off into the south of the town for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
He says that, again, if he feels he can take it, he will see you at the house in a week. If not, he's probably just going to be wandering around, doing his thing. As you guys come back, you start to make your way anywhere you plan on going. Again, you guys are wanting to leave decently soon.
Mm-hmm.
We will make our way over toward Gorthos, who would be making his way toward the Temple of Time.
Been a while since I've been there.
It's been a while since I pulled the map out.
That too. Been a long time, man.
Everything's loading. Get out of here, you dumb temple. There you go. But yes, as Gorthos, you would make your way off toward where the toward where the temple would be, hearing that quite a number of people would be potentially in attendance there. You make your way going, and again, since there is no actual services or anything being held right now, you see that not a lot of people have surrounded. I was trying to move you, and then you disappeared.
I tried picking me up and moving me, and I ended up over here on this end of the table.
There you are.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what happened there.
I have no idea. As you would find your way heading off there, you would find that a lot of people on the outside of the temple would definitely be looking at you with interest because gigantic demon-y form. But you know, you have a hood if you would like. That definitely isn't scarier. It's up to you.
He doesn't give a shit. I guess you put the hood up to make them feel better.
Again, as you start making your way
doesn't
through,
make them feel better at all. I know it.
as you start making your way through, you would find that some people would be looking to you with interest, especially seeing that you're just kind of moving your way through the city. Some of the other guards and things would be calming down anybody who would be too freaked out over anything. I'd just be like, oh, it's the champion.
You just be friendly, smiling, waving. You know.
It's fine, guys. It's just the champion. Don't worry about it. One thing you would find upon getting toward the entrances to this place, you would see that.
If I remember right, people actually lose their shit because of stalls. So I'm going to put the robe up.
You can do that
as I'm making my way.
You can definitely do that.
The demon part's whatever. It's the stall part that makes people lose their goddamn mind. Feel like skeletons, man.
Where are you at?
That'd be less scary with no meat on my bones.
I'm trying to find a certain person, and they are hiding. And I hate it. How dare they hide from me? Are there any people over here? No, I moved them all. Anybody down here? Oh. Unamomo. Ah, they're probably in the thing that I labeled NPC bag. They're not in a thing I labeled NPC bag.
Huh.
But if that's what it's labeled, then how come they're not there? Mystery. Maybe they're actually a player character. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 minute.
Oh, good.
You're good.
This is the stuff I usually try to find before game. If I remember. They're not all the chews.
If only we could control F.
I can't find them, and it's not like they need to be here anyway. Who cares? All right, so as you make your way inside, you do find that there is a number of people here that you will know about. All three of the Jason faces are here.
Jesus.
It's a collection of them.
Are
Yes?
all the blonde and blue-eyed girls the same here?
As you will also notice that there is a number of other people in attendance. This is some of the fullest you've seen the Temple of Time currently. But you also see what appears to be both June and Nimbus in attendance. And finally, other than the other people that I wanted to be here, you see that there is also
I forgot his thing. It was a tattoo and not an actual scar. Been so long as I've seen his fucking art.
Oh yeah, it is a tattoo.
Oh
I
my
never
fuck.
noticed that he even had one there, or a scar. Really, it's been a while.
I can't find them, so I'm just gonna say the other person is the bishop here as well.
Oh my god!
I've lost two tokens.
I've just noticed that his sword is like a katana thing, but it's a great sword.
What are you talking about?
Cartonics. Are you looking for? What are you looking for exactly?
Don't worry about them. As you would make your way inside, you would find that there are a number of people in attendance, though there doesn't appear to be many regular people about. You do find that there are a couple of captains at the very beginning of this place that seem to be somewhat guarding the area. You note that most likely the reason there's not a lot of people here is because Matilda is here. But you know. As you step inside, you note that Zelda does take notice of you and turn and smile at you. The viewers get a nice same thing. Get out of here, Bala. You're not here yet.
No, Bala is there.
He's not here yet.
He left before we did.
I know he's not here yet.
Oh,
Okay.
Don't worry about Bala. Bala's doing something.
He's gossiping.
But as you would step through here and you would see that same scene play out, only this time with less people screaming over a puddle of water, you would see, Gorthos, there you are. As Zelda would make their way over.
Just like kneel down. It has been a while.
Have you come to join their expedition?
He looks over to the other two and back to Zelda. Expedition?
Jason steps forward. We're going to be making our way down into the dungeon below. That's where the princess wished to go.
What's the room? Well, you know what? Gorthos wouldn't even give a shit about the people in the room. Anyway.
Yeah,
what am I
again,
saying?
there's not really a lot of other people here.
Yeah.
You would find that, again, most people are being kept out of here. Most likely, again, because Matilda is here.
Yeah. You wish to see where Gorthos had found the black powder?
Well, I had heard that everything was happening down there at that large contraption. We had went down there a couple of times. I still can't entirely understand it. It seems that even if there's nothing in the center for it to grind, that stuff still seems to remain. Unless you put something else inside of it, that is the only thing that you can get from it.
When we had found it, it was grinding the bones of lost heroes.
That wasn't whenever you guys found it. You found it before. Doing other things.
Did we? Oh.
Yep, that was not the first time you saw it.
Oh, I guess when last we found it.
Yeah, when last you found it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. The last time we found it, it was grinding the bones of heroes once interred deep below.
And right now, at least it should be the last time we went down there, it should be grinding down some goddess metal.
Excuse Gorthos.
Matilda just steps forward as Jason just sighs. I put a chunk of goddess metal down there.
And it's making golden powder?
Well, I don't know if I would call it golden powder since we could just put gold in there to get golden powder. Goddess powder? That doesn't sound very good, princess.
Whatever we name it. Have you acquired any of it yet?
Nope, we placed it down there yesterday because I had found some inside of your garden.
What?
did we not tell him?
I had found a chunk of goddess metal in your garden, so I thought that we could go and test it out.
It actually worked. It actually worked.
You just see the shit-eating grin coming from Zelda.
And then you see slowly materializing under the hood the fucking grin and the art. Oh, Gorthos is so happy.
I believe that Shefos has been getting the rest of it over the time all of you have been busy.
Oh, his armaments will shine.
Be careful with that stuff if I were you. Though that's not gonna dissuade you. The bishop just seems to be sitting at a pew, his legs up.
You need not worry about Gorthos' safety in handling such materials. He's been handling since before you existed, Bishop.
Just because you're one of the only people out there that can say that doesn't mean that I don't have more memory than you.
A small price to pay for the opportunity to protect the world.
With age comes wisdom, and I can remember more age than you. So watch out.
You seem to forget having fun, though.
I've had plenty of fun the past little while. Either way, looks over toward Matilda. You are going to be bringing me some of that powder then, princess?
Of course, if it's there. I'm not entirely sure yet, though.
What would you do with such an item?
Looks back over to you. Looks over toward where the three Jasons are. Now that is none of your business.
Well, Gorthos knows a witch who would just get absolutely along with you. You share very similar personality traits.
He looks back at you. I believe if you're speaking of the same person I think you are, I've already met them.
You sure you two hit it off spectacularly. We wish you could have seen it. Oh, his dear sister is eccentric.
Well, if no one else is wanting to come down with me, I suppose it's just going to be me and the hero then.
Well,
The last thing that was down there anyway was just a couple of chews, so we should be able to handle it. Honestly, I don't see why you have to come with me at all.
She just starts walking without Jason.
It's like,
just reaches over and plucks.
Picks up.
And then puts back down when she next to Jason. All right, hold on. He admires the enthusiasm, true. However, you can't let your excitement for the unknown blind to dangers.
You note, by the way, as you put them down, there is a audible clanking sound coming from them.
He sounds like choose and take. Picks up, puts down again.
Clank, clank, clank. They look away.
Explain.
You see Jason put their hand over their face as Matilda reaches into their robes and pulls out a couple of bombs.
I wanted to see if we could powder these.
You can't expect Gorthos to believe that explosive powder hasn't been invented still.
Oh, explosive
You
powder,
haven't forgotten
definitely.
that.
I was more thinking the essence of explosions itself.
You mean fire?
No, explosions. You should open up a book sometime, Gorthos.
You would. You can figure out. Yeah.
You
Never mind.
just see Zelda looking at her.
I don't understand her sometimes either.
It makes sense to Gorthos, actually. It's complicated.
So, if I wanted to make a bomb, that'd be easy enough. You would just have to get the materials for it. However, this is something different. You had said before that you had found hero's bones there. Whatever this weird stuff it makes, this black powder seems to almost come out of nowhere. Whatever's happening here, it's not just grinding it. It's changing it in some way. It's messing about with it. So I was thinking that if it did make goddess powder, that's what we're calling it now, by the way, then we would be able to see if it can make something else that shouldn't exist. And if I can make powdered explosions, then I mean, you gotta admit that just sounds really cool.
It sounds extremely dangerous, with a myriad of utilities, actually.
Yeah, it does. I don't see how anything bad can happen to me while I have the hero with me. Links arms with Jason.
You just said you don't need the hero to defend you.
They just don't say anything.
He just looks at Zelda and just points these two. It's like looking in a mirror, right? Like a vision of the past or something.
Oh, with them? I have no idea. I mean, to be fair, if there's anything that reminds me of anything, she reminds me of you.
That's what he means. Was he always so careless?
I don't think that you would have made a powdered explosion, though if you had the ability to, you might have.
That is irrelevant.
That doesn't matter. Because I choose to not allow it to.
Obviously. Orthos can't let you two go by, can't let the two of you go by yourselves down there.
Orthos, you do know that you will be leaving soon.
But he needs to leave soon. We're going to see, well, Ivory.
Right now?
We have some stops along the way, but Spectacle Rock is on the way. And stopping by Lon, of course, for...
Oh, are you going to that thing
tributes.
Hadar was talking about?
Yes. It's about time that Orthos and his sister spoke again. Properly. Not through echoes and disembodied voices.
Well, I guess we'll see you there.
Hmm.
Hadar's been really wanting to go and check that place out whenever everything goes down.
We can
According
stand alone,
to the
something
goddess here, nothing's gonna go down until you guys get there with a cake.
Indeed. That's why we're stopping by Lon. It's confounding, but we better be safer than sorry when it comes to dealing with Ivory. He doesn't even know why she asked for a cake. Anyway.
I can only assume it's nothing good.
They're not good for his mental health. She's good. Deep down. He doesn't like showing it.
Well, I've
At
been
any
recently
rate-
given a responsibility to watch out for things. So I'm taking Hadar up there for himself, but I'm also going to be going there for hoping that you all don't blow up a monument.
Orthos would rather die than do that.
Then I guess we'll be in good hands when we get there then. Before that, if you're going to Lon, it's going to take you around a week.
More or less.
I guess we can be ready here then if you want to make your way up with us.
Preparations are being made now, but he came here with purpose and is trying very hard not to be distracted by the promises of a powdered explosion.
You just
Got
see
it,
as
got
you
it.
say that, looking back over at Matilda, she has not put away the bombs. She is holding on to them. You do note that one of the bombs does appear to be the same kind of golden bomb as you had noted that Marco had bought before.
Where did you get that? He like those double take.
Oh, in the castle stores. Why?
The the storeroom in the castle.
Oh, you can't tell him, by the way.
Tell the king?
Well, the less you know, the better, right?
The only time we've seen those was in some crazy lunatic's shop at the black market.
Okay.
How do they get up? Did he take it from the stores? The amount of security holes in that castle gives Gorthos an aneurysm. He doesn't even have blood vessels in his brains.
We didn't use the crying hole, if that's what you're asking. We just sort of...
It's still
went down
there.
I
Is
didn't...
it still there?
The king didn't want to take away any sort of space, any sort of safe space that the soldiers might have, though it has been more structurally sound.
You just see him just reach into the hood, and his hand disappears a little while he pinches at the bridge of his nose.
But I can
That's
say
their-
that I've
the-
seen
the-
the storerooms a couple of times. These bombs have been there for quite a while. You do note that the things that were being sold by the person beneath the in the black market were also things that you have found other places as well.
He'll need to do some investigating later, but until then, just be careful. Looks immediately to Jason, make sure she's careful.
I'll do my best.
Gorthos believes in you wholeheartedly, Jason. And as
Come
far
on,
as
it'll
little
be
that you
fine.
can't accomplish-
We're just going to figure out some way to figure. You see them stop. It'll be fine.
Tell Gorthos you brought a container to place the explosive powder in.
Pulls out a magic bottle.
He doesn't understand how you're this good at planning ahead and yet so absolutely careless. Oh dear, it is looking like a mirror. Is this how he just looks so? Is this how Rory feels?
Maybe you're just getting old.
Don't say that. He doesn't even know what that number is. Still.
You would be around to see that both Jason and Matilda at that point, after showing that they are ready, would go to make their way down into the area below. As that happens, you find that the bishop goes and stands beside of the entrance as if waiting just for them to bring that powder up to him. Leaving behind just Jason, or not Jason, just the goddess as well as the others who are by the pews, as Zelda looks up to you.
So, when are we going?
Oh, now you want to go.
It's difficult. I thought that I would be here and try to see if I can do any good for anyone while I was around, but it does seem like the king and the others have told me that I am probably a little bit too much for some people. As well, they seem to be devoting a lot of protection to me and the princess. I don't wish for them to stretch themselves too thin, especially with them already sending people down south.
Oh, yes.
I don't think that Castletown is somewhere that I can hold permanent residence, or at least as permanent as I will be.
He's sorry for that.
No, it's perfectly fine.
Well, you know, the supposes you can make room. They can make room in the carriage for you.
You were planning on going and getting cake without me? How dare you?
Porthos wasn't saying anything of the sort.
There should have already
What's it-
been room in there then for me.
Well, perhaps Gorthos believed you when you said you didn't want to go see Ivori again.
Oh, I'm not going to Ivori. I'm just going to help you pick up the cake.
We're going straight there afterward.
You're coming back here afterward.
We're going to Spectacle Rock afterward.
I mean, if you want to take the long way, I guess. Would you not just return here if you could? Save yourself a week of travel?
It's a complicated situation, Zelda. There's a lot of things Gorthos would like to do, but he can't spread himself out that much, not anymore.
Gorthos, you're not making any sense. I was mostly picking on you, but is there something wrong?
He went back to Death Knot the last month.
Yeah?
Just him and the other heroes. It was empty. Not a soul left on the mountain. And he worked through some difficulties. But he understands that he needs to make some difficult decisions right now, and we need to prioritize getting things done as fast as possible.
Then
There are
why would you not
things-
immediately come back here after going to Lamlan then?
Because he's impatient and he doesn't think clearly sometimes.
It's okay, Gorthos. You see them sort of get closer to you, just sort of like tiptoeing up at you as they do. You have a lot of things on your mind, and I do understand that. When it comes to the Gorons, I don't know a lot other than what the king has told me, but it does seem that there are quite a number of things happening around that are happening not because of any good reasons, but it doesn't seem that there is anything. It doesn't seem that there is anything we can do without speaking with them, right? I'm sure that whenever you make your way to them, it'll be easy to talk with them. If anyone can get through him, it'll be you.
There's a great many problems. This boiling conflict in the south is just one of them. The only one we can see happening. He knows there's more things we can't see, places we can't go, not yet. He had found clarity on the mountain, and he understands more what's at stake here. And he needs to redouble his efforts, and it is proving difficult. Time is more against him than ever, against all of us. Somewhat ironic considering he looks around a little.
Well, I may not be able to make my way with you to Ivori, but I'm certain that the heir of Aldoni will listen to you.
He can only help.
Lifts her hands up to grab at your large hand. Just puts both hands on either side of your large palm.
Thank you, Zelda.
I haven't seen you in about a month, you know? I was just excited to go with you, is all.
He came here to ask you to come with him again.
Then let's spend the next week together, before you make your way to Uvori. Is that fine?
You never need to ask, Zelda.
If I don't, then you're just going to be a big ball of stress the entire time, aren't you?
It's hard to cope with it. He doesn't have a sufficient forage anymore. The one at the house is decent, but he needs more powerful fire. It's on the roadmap we have to reclaim that, to save the lives inside and to find the people responsible that are hiding there. But one step at a time.
You, upon saying that, hear the sounds of metal hitting stone as you look over toward where both June and Nimbus are sitting, as Nimbus has now stood up and looked over towards you. There's someone else in that dungeon?
We have been out of contact for some time, haven't we?
He makes his way through as June gets up and walks with him. You see that whenever he's walking, June just seems to be giving a bit of a pout at him, but then looking a bit shocked, sees him over.
How do you do it, Gorthos? How can you get him to move? I'm going to get jealous.
You wouldn't be the first.
There's someone still inside of there.
Now there is. The Moblin has rumored. It's a rumor. It has left, but a new creature sits in there, a trap waiting to be sprung. A trap that would have consumed Marco back on Death Mountain, but caught an innocent in the crossfire instead. And now they wait with the Sage of Life. The trap maker, by the way, he is not to be trusted at all. Any attempts at scrying him have been a waste of time.
Gorthos, you must bring me with you.
He has been deathly curious to see your improvement with Cartani's sword.
I think that I've improved a lot in the past month, but I've been distracted. Whenever I had heard and seen that the captain had returned, I was very conflicted. I at first had thought that you had all went to that place without me, and I was ashamed.
We remember our words. We wouldn't have done that without you.
I felt that I might have been seen as a bit of a burden, but I was shown that that was different. I know that you did not go there. Inside of that place, after I saw that he had returned, I felt that if I do not return to that place, I can't get over it, even with him here.
In a strange way, Gorthos resonates with that sentiment.
I can't face Domran without without conquering that place.
He
Please.
resonates with that very bit.
I can help carry your cake if you need.
So, you need not try and sell yourself as something important and useful, Nimbus. Going there, bring you there alone is enough. We understand your situation, your drive. And besides, the Moblin, he just shrugs. It is a Moblin. It'll be taken care of eventually. The Sage of Life, on the other hand, that is something that requires real justice to be done. Yes.
As I mentioned to you before, this blade is yours. I will wield it for you. Just point me where to go. If I have to defeat this sage, then I will.
Are you going to alert the rest of your group about this endeavor?
They seem to have mostly forgotten. Whenever
People,
Domram returned, they seem happy. Really happy. I seem to be the only one that can't get over it.
different people have different ways of dealing with traumas. Sometimes it's easy. A lot of times it's difficult. Even the miracle of bringing back a...
They have basically told me to forget about that place.
They clearly care. But it's hard to understand that kind of thing, isn't it? Even if someone you care about is brought back to you, there's always that lingering feeling, yes?
If I don't complete that dungeon, then I feel like losing Marco and Domran at the time it happened, it would have all been for nothing. That's what I feel.
Well then. It seems that we'll need to make another spot in the caravan.
2?
You just see June step next to him.
I was there too, you know. I might not be as sad about it, but I still want to see what's at the bottom.
Of course, you're free to come.
Also, I kind of want to see that hole that Marco fell into.
They don't know about the hole.
I'm playing.
Yes, it's good. Rothos wouldn't mind that at all. In fact, he'd be happy to. Maybe... We'll see what state his forge is in.
Then for the next week, you'll have the 3 of us, and then whenever all of you make your way up towards Spectacle Rock, I'll stay here. And then you can decide whether or not you wish to go to that place or not.
Yes. He will worry about that when he comes back to Castleton. Let's enjoy the week together until then.
Okay.
It will be a nice vacation for everyone.
You see June just kind of like pull onto him, like, he was talking to her. Right.
Feel free to enjoy yourselves as well.
You guys, as this is said, you would make your way out, heading back in toward the city. With Nimbus and June following after you, you would find that Zelda seems to walk with a bit of a hesitance in their steps, getting near the center of town. Seemingly,
a gentle, I guess a finger on the shoulder since a hand probably pressure.
Seemingly ducking into your cloak whenever they would go by the fountain, in case anybody would recognize or see them. As you guys would get yourselves back. Eventually, you guys would find in the center of town, Polo will be making their way up from the south. Ronan and Marco would be coming down with Argo and Obera from the north. As you guys all find the large central landmark that is Gorthos moving through the area, you all reconvene together. As you do, you guys see that Gorthos is flanked on either side by both Nimbus and June, as well as Zelda on the other. As
Zelda peeking out from the row every now and then.
As you all get together, you guys, at this point, have said that you wish to make your way out from Castletown. You guys would see that there are some carriages making their way off to the south around you guys. But as you guys are now all together, is there anything you guys would like to bring up from your little solo adventures here?
Polo will bring up that she's been looking for Hadar and he's been avoiding Vega. Domran's looking for Nimbus, who is avoiding Domran.
Domran looks away. Or no, Vega, or Nimbus looks away.
Also, hi, Mr. Nimbus.
Hi, Polo. I'm champion Polo.
Just Polo is fine.
Well, hi, just Polo is fine.
Very funny.
I'm trying to find where the fuck our little circle. Where's our fucking circle?
It's a circle right here. Look at this little circle.
There we go. Found it.
Found it.
Let's see. What else?
He's not wrong though. Polo is fine.
Eh. Let's see. She. What else? God. Okay.
I'll find Domran after everything is over.
Well then, if you see an apple being thrown up in the sky, please ignore it.
What?
Oh, that's funny.
I'm still working on those banana oranges.
Oh, did you not check on
Not
them
yet.
before?
I've checked on them, just not quite yet, but it looks like a sprout has formed.
Just like change the topic.
Did you, not to derail everything all at once, did you know the goddess metal ore has been growing in the garden?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I planted that a while ago. Is it working?
But Princess Matilda and Jason are going down to the grinder beneath the temple to grind that and among other things up with that
The
contraption.
We're
Indeed.
literally growing a gold mine.
Well, goddess metal. They're going to make goddess powder out of it, and also bombs. Well, they're going to grind up bombs into
Goddess bombs?
powdered exploded.
Banana carrots, banana carrots.
Perhaps.
You're telling me the princess and the hero have gone down to the dungeon that we know that the hero is going to, end up frozen in time at some point. Who is also going to use a bomb on the thing that's been generating dust?
Yes, to make powdered explosion.
Gorthus, have you ever heard of the concept of a dust explosion, like from a mill?
Yes, he's used that to solve several problems in the past.
This means my carrot banana hybrid might actually be growing.
No.
That terrifies him.
the dungeon is constantly making dust out of anything. If it ignites down there, it could send it could just fucking explode the dungeon.
Don't worry, they have a bottle with them.
Oh yes, but also Marco, you must remember, this is not grain powder. This is
Magic
something
darkness
else.
powder.
Well, the rupee hasn't exploded, Marco.
Cause you made it into something.
Not all dust is explosive, Marco.
I mean, I think specifically they're trying to make explosion dust.
Well, yes, in that scenario, yes, the dust will become explosive, but not in this case. Also, there's no centipede monstrosities down there, or whatever it is. I'm still not quite sure what to define it was. Some kind of insectoid creature. He hesitates to call it a demon.
Yes, the hero and the princess has been going down into the dungeon quite often this past month, and they seem to have mapped out the entirety of it by now.
It's quite impressive.
Impressive.
They've left out the little area that leads off into your guys' house, by the way. Nobody knows about that.
That would be inconvenient. But, yes, you did not mean to derail in such a way. It was just topical to the garden, and it's... He really wants to grow more things than that now.
When it comes to the princess, they are extremely interested when it comes to magical things. I'm sure that device down there is enough of a thing that they will most likely try to grind whatever they can down there. If not one dangerous material, it would be another.
Gorthos was absolutely appalled that someone else got to doing that first. He was also going to take one of the golden bombs, to be honest. He really wants to know what happens. You don't understand how hard it was for him to not go down there with them today.
And you have no idea how hard this of me not immediately just running off into the temple right this second.
It'll be okay. There's no real dangers there anymore. We already killed the Gomez. You reminded him, Marco. What is he going to do with that scythe?
The what?
While you guys are thinking about that, Ronan and Marco, do you want to tell them what we saw?
Oh yeah.
You played with the basin again.
Mm-hmm. Checked on the location of the Sage and Eve, and they seem to still be relatively at the dungeon still, which is good.
Gorthos was just telling me about that.
Nimbus, Hat, and June both desperately wish to venture in there, even if the moblin is gone.
I want to see that place cleared.
I guess if that trio probably doesn't want to give a shit about that anymore. But that's fine. Anyway, the other things we saw, should we leave the weird thing for last, Ronan?
You're just so weirdness isn't the default thing that we see on a daily basis.
That's fair. So we looked up Gidon. We found that he is hanging out with a bunch of Zora and humans and Hylians, weirdly.
Who are all just in old fashion.
The Hylians were, yeah.
Yeah, like very old fashioned. Like, I'd almost call them magically inclined a little bit with how they're dressed, but
they seem to be dressed in some sort of robed or old fabrics of such.
Yeah, and they're just hanging out a little south down the river from the Sun Temple.
And from there we found a general location of where a big mob of Lizalthos are that are just north of them. And Gidon looked fine. He looked healthier. He didn't have the gem in his head. It seems like it was healing.
Don't really know what he's doing, but it probably isn't good.
Every time he turns around. Well, at least we know those things. We'll find a way to deal with it.
Oh, you don't know the half of it.
Be sure.
And then there's the weird thing that we saw. I decided to say, hey, why not look into the Gerudos, see what's happening over there. I guess they were in some kind of meeting with the chieftain, who was the main focus of what we saw, who noticed us, by the way.
Yeah,
she could definitely see us and waved, and Ronan waved back and she acknowledged it. But there were also a lot of men in the room too. Like all kinds of men. Like Hylians, humans, Zora.
Yeah, so we were looking for Kuro to ask how normal that is and if there's anything weird about it.
They looked fine, so
I can tell you that Kuro has mentioned quite a lot about that place. I don't think that that's very good.
Why?
A large amount of men?
Well, Kuro hasn't said a lot, except I believe to, well, myself and Galen, I think he had said, but they had held him there at one point.
They what?
Held him? Like
The chief.
captive?
They had held him there. The rest should probably be told by him, but I don't think that there's anything good from them being there. From what he said, that there shouldn't be any men inside there at all, but whenever he was there were many.
That lines up with what we saw, but I mean, with him being trapped there, that's not good. It could just be a sign of cultural change.
Such things don't happen in the span of a few months. And if they do, they don't last long. Progressiveness is slow to be accepted as the general populace.
There's
We'll
just,
take it from him.
there's just a little frustrated crossing of arms, and it's just like,
Why hasn't Garland divulged any of this to me? I've said many times about going to the desert.
Maybe he didn't think it was that bad of an idea for you, since you're not a man.
Yes, but I'm traveling with several of them.
Oh, yeah. Probably. That's...
You think Gorthos will be able to get into the city even if it wasn't on an open way? Technically, he can be anything.
I mean,
Well-
it's been rather distracting.
What do you think you are?
Gorthos.
Well, then probably then.
Gorthos non-binary confirmed.
They never let Gorthos in before.
That is non-binary confirmed. Are you a boy or are you a girl? No, I'm Gorthos.
Gorthos is Gorthos.
No, what's in your pants? Heroism.
If we just pan the camera to the left a little bit, we see LGBTQ plus rights.
Got it.
Trans rights.
Yeah, dude.
But they never let him in the past. They never let him in the past, though. Why are you so rude about it?
The G is for Gorthos.
So the
No.
lesbian Gorthos bi trans. You have to put another G in there. You can't erase.
yeah.
You can't erase gay.
Yeah.
LGBT.
The LG
There you go.
Gorthos BTQ plus.
Perfect.
There we go.
We did it.
Gorthos says trans rights.
Fuck yeah.
And now that we've lost 2 followers.
All right,
Good fucking riddance.
Good. They
Can't,
can
Anyway.
can't believe they don't like Gorthoses. Anyway.
Yeah, let's see.
Gorthophobic?
Shut the fuck up. Fine.
Okay.
All right.
So
Focus time. Whew. All right.
so it's not normal, and it's bad.
Hmm.
It's not
bodes
something
ill.
that I know much about, but being with Koro, he had to escape that place.
Well,
That sounds pretty bad.
we could probably discuss with Galen. As far as I know, Galen lived in the palace for most of his youth. He has to do something.
He really wishes there was more than one of him. We'll need to tackle these things in time.
Mm.
We can't lose focus now. We just need to remember these things for after.
Should we, to get ahead of things, should we tell the castle to prepare another transport for when we get back in a week? So that we can head north, so that we don't have to try to figure out getting the carriages we're getting today through the house?
We should.
You guys would
That's
know
a-
that because
that's a
you told your
formation.
plan to Magnus, there will most likely be more carriages.
Yeah.
That
He knows you guys
Yes.
are going
Okay.
up. He knows you guys are going to Spectacle Rock right after you guys come back.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Never mind that then.
if anything, we should take a doorknob to establish a way gate into Lawton.
No, I was gonna do that anyway. Whether you asked me to or not, I was gonna put it in my room.
The shortcut to the southern half of Hyrule is preferable.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not my room. Maybe I'll try to pick one of the closets, or maybe out in the. I'm sure I got a place.
Well, those leaves it to your discretion then, Marco. So, the plan is unchanged, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Seems so.
Cake, Spectacle Rock, Dungeon, Desert. And I guess
Yeah.
going towards the desert, handling the. Maybe stopping by the damned city, seeing what's happening with the.
Before we plan too
Gorons.
far ahead, let's
Yes.
make our way just saying desert for now, or Spectacle Rock
Why
for
not?
now.
Yeah.
Get the
Makes
cake,
sense.
head up north.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
Drop me off here because I don't want to talk to her.
You'll need it.
Oh.
You should at least get an apology from her in person, Zelda.
Gorthos, we've known them for a long time. Do you think I'm actually going to get it, or am I just going to get frustrated?
You won't make her say sorry.
Either way, we're probably gonna take a doorknob up there anyway. Am I wrong?
We'll talk about this later.
Oh,
For now, let's go down to Central Hyrule, and while we're there, we can see if there's anything going around that you can speak with. Maybe
Yes, Ronan?
start with the Gorons.
Before we take off for another week and however else long, I should probably go to the river domain real quick.
what's up?
The Dodongo?
You want to
Yeah.
try that? You want to see what you can do for now with the Dodongo?
If for nothing else than to take it off their hands.
And they have been dealing with a wild Dodongo in that little shack for a month, haven't they?
Yeah.
That is an unfortunate scenario to be found in.
If I'm remembering correctly,
Because the Dongo are native to the north, would Polo know what they regularly like to eat to make Ronan taming it a bit easier?
I will say, when it comes to actually taming the creature, I mentioned it earlier, but it will not just be like a simple thing. So,
Mhm.
if you were to do it, it would probably take more than a couple days.
Oh.
However, you guys do also know that you have Shefos, who can make you guys have those little doorways to come back.
Yeah.
So I would
Mhm.
suggest,
Little
because you
Shefos
guys would,
stairs.
I would suggest, because you guys would know this, you would have this information. I would suggest talking to Shefos and having him give you guys one of the ways to come
Little
back,
hairs.
and then over the course of your travel, trying to do so. Basically, anytime you
Yeah.
would stop to rest, having Ronan come back and attempt to go do so.
Okay.
And that way you could also probably drop off Zelda.
Well, I mean, she wants to make their way to Lon Lon first.
Yeah.
I'm saying on the way to Lon Lon.
Oh,
Can we
okay,
get
on the way
more
along.
hairs from him now?
I think you can get once a week or one a day. Oh, I couldn't remember.
You could get one back whenever you guys had used them, which was a long ass time ago, and about four different fucking doorknobs ago. You guys could get them once a
I wanna
week.
say, I feel like we used a Sheffos hair not that long ago. I think didn't we use one in not in Demon Con. I think it was we definitely used a Sheffos hair after Demon Con.
You used one. I don't think you have.
I don't think we have.
You used one whenever you guys were doing things before the water temple. Is the only time I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I remember what.
I could be wrong,
No,
but that's the last time
remember.
that's the last time I remember.
I mean, hey, if we have another one, that means we can get another one, right?
Well,
The way
Yeah,
that
I
I
mean-
suggest things again is just to get one of the things, make your way down to Lon Lon, maybe the day or so before you guys go, having Ronan come before you guys arrive. I mean, having Ronan come back and start working on it, and then once you guys get to Lon Lon, use the doorknob. Then Ronan will have a way to go back and forth.
Okay.
Yes.
Is what I suggest,
Okay.
because you guys would know you guys could do that.
That makes sense.
No
Works
matter
for
what,
me.
no matter what the amount of hairs end up being.
Mm.
Hmm.
Okay.
That being said, you do still have, I think, the last one he gave you.
No, that's the thing. I don't.
You don't?
Well, first off, because you never gave me a token
Well,
for it, but
yeah,
I
'cause it's
swear
just a
we
hair.
used it.
I don't remember it. I don't remember you.
I
doing it.
feel like we used it in the Zora domain, but like,
For
like
what
the
reason, though?
I feel like, I feel like, that time we went into the house before we put a knob down.
Oh, that does
I
sound kind of
I think we
familiar.
do that because we didn't know if we wanted to put a doorknob
Yeah.
at this
we weren't sure if-
location.
we weren't sure that we
or-
wanted to use a doorknob, so it was like, well, if we don't want to use a doorknob, I have a Sheffos hair.
Yeah.
So we
And then
did
we
do
did-
it.
Yeah.
So what does this revelation change?
I don't
Nothing.
know.
That's
I
what
don't
I
have
want to
one.
know.
Nothing at all.
And I don't have one.
No, you don't have one.
We don't have one, yes.
You go back
We have
and
one.
pluck one out of Sheffos. All right. Anyway, 'cause it's been a month.
Yes.
It's been an in-game month.
Just go pet your dog.
Yeah, no,
I was just sitting there
it-
confused, like, what does it change?
No, it doesn't. It changes nothing. It's just I know that we
I mean,
use
you asked the
one.
question.
Because the thing is, like you said, if we had one, I'm like, no, I know we don't. So it
You
doesn't
have
change much.
access
It
to
doesn't-
one. Is
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
the
yeah.
big
Yes.
thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
You go home, you pluck one out of Sheffos' back, and he goes, "Bruh!"
Hello chat. Welcome to Dog Hair Stream.
Dog hair stream. Let's go.
Thank you.
But yes, brain. Bleh. What were we saying before all this?
We're getting a Sheffos hair.
Well,
And then
before
we're
before
gonna-
all of that,
the
what were we
dongo-
saying?
the
What was
dongo-
the topic?
Dongo.
Right. Okay.
The
There we
dongo.
go. But yes, Ronan, you would know that you guys would know that you guys could do that. And again, Ronan, you would know the only big reason that you were even able to tame Magic Frog in general was because you already had a big thing with Magic Frog. Magic Frog was already tamed.
You got to
Yeah.
bond with it.
Magic Frog was tamed before Magic Frog became actual Magic Frog, but after he was
Yeah.
called Magic Frog.
You got to serenade the Dodongo.
You must write the Dodongos a song.
A songo for the Dodongo. But yes,
We will start working on that.
you guys would stop by your house to claim any kind of things you would need to get back from there. One thing you guys would know, Marco was told this, but you guys were not, because during Marco's time he was helping out, the payment for him doing things with Roki and Kira were your guys' fruits. So when it
Mhm.
comes to
Yes.
any harvest from there, you guys are able to see the harvest of anything except for the fruits that were at your place. Other than that, Sheffos would immediately be able to give you said hair, as they have done about before. You guys would eventually make your way down to the south of the city. Upon doing so, getting inside of the carriages that were prepared for you, and taking your bit of travel down to the very central area of Hyrule. The last thing that I want to bring up with everybody, because I believe this would be something each of you would have some sort of understanding of. I would like for each of you to roll me for your diligence. Or no, I guess this would be experience. This would be experience.
Oh no. Oh no! You went from my best stat to my worst!
Not experience.
Well,
Remember, we have our daily fleetings.
I don't think I should bother.
I'm gonna use a daily,
Mm-hmm.
and
Hell
I'm gonna put in 2 baz.
2 bets.
Since everyone is here, I want to burn a hero point to use my thing, so everyone gets a D4.
You have to burn 3.
I have to burn 3. That's just 1.
Well, 1 per person.
1 hero point to gain 4 of these dice.
Oh, you're doing that one. I thought you were doing the thing where you were giving them your experience. My bad.
Oh hell
Does-
yeah!
I mean,
My
I
bad,
could
my
give
bad.
people. I have 2 Doritos here.
I went
So-
from having a 4 to a 5.
Hooray!
I got 20.
All right, so
That
let's not
was
worry about all
DC,
those things you guys
right,
were talking
God?
about. So let's not worry about all those things you guys were talking about.
I nat
Fuck yeah, roll
20
anyway.
with two plus 2s, so that's a natural 26.
I got a 14. So
I will
I got a
not be.
21.
I will not be using a goddess point. Let's see here.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
cool! Wow, thanks.
So I got
That's
so someone got a nat
nice.
20 and someone got a nat 1. I get more die.
That's true. You do. I'll give you those. But
No,
what
no.
did you get? But what did you get?
Who?
You got a 2?
No, who? Me?
Yes.
21.
Okay, 21.
Yeah.
Gorthos and Polo, as you guys are making your way and thinking about all of the travel you guys will be doing, for a moment, the task in front of you looks very difficult. The fact that you guys have to once again hold yourself off before doing much of anything is something that sort of bums you out very slightly. You guys have just been waiting that month. Now you're on the road again, but you're going to be on the road for quite a while. If only you guys knew of some people who knew of some places to make your way through Central Hyrule a lot quicker than normal.
Oh, so I have to talk to her.
I'm going to say that, and that's where we're going to be ending things off for the night.
Fucking yeah.
I guess we can talk to the bandit queen.
No, you guys don't have to. I'm just saying if you guys wanted to, because we
Do
were
we want
talking
to use
about
these
there being...
amazing carriages that were given to us by the king himself?
No, you
or do
will
we
be
wanna
using
go...
them. You just need to
Oh,
have
okay.
somebody. You just need to have somebody who knows.
That we're
where
just
the
gonna be
places are.
fucking black bagged and they're gonna drive.
I
See
just
you
wanted
at
to.
which
I
con?
wanted to see if any of you would remember beforehand.
I mean, it's not that we've forgotten. It's just I don't want to be fucking black bagged.
You don't have to.
I think
Sure.
we basically found out what they did. I think we're basically that homies with them that we did find out how they were traveling already.
Did we?
I know that. Or at least we had a guess at how they were doing it because
What
somebody
was
else
it?
told us.
There's just secret pathways that they take.
Secret pathways through like dungeons and stuff, I believe was what was said.
All throughout Central Hyrule, because Central Hyrule is where all the dungeons have came up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
There are
Yeah.
a bunch of dungeons around Lon Lon. How do you think Marco
That's
got his
because-
start?
But because you need a dungeon license, it's illegal.
Again, Marco, hello. I did not have a license before entering Hyrule at the start of the
Oh.
campaign.
Freaking, I know it's a little passive, but another thing Paula would have divulged that her treasure's in a dungeon.
Dungeon.
Her treasure's in a dungeon that only appears once a month.
Amazing.
It only opens once a month.
It opens once a month. There we go.
It will open and Gorthos will force it open.
Oh
God
yeah,
damn it.
dungeon. How about this? Lifts.
Yeah, well, how about this? Give Gorthos bombs.
So we did it again, Diego.
What's up, man?
Getting this stupid spirit out of me to figure out its business.
Nah, it's fine.
Marco, stand here. Hold this bomb. Now pull that ghost and put it in the bomb. He has a plan. Ghost bomb.
Oh, why do I keep forgetting about it?
You know what? How about
We'll
this? Here's
phase
what
it
we're
through
gonna
the
do.
doorway, and
Here's
it'll
what we're
blow up
gonna
from the
do.
inside.
Here's what we're
I'm
gonna
sure
do.
it'll be a hit at WitchCon.
Yeah, Squeaky, what are we gonna do?
Don't forget.
Uh,
And I'm done. And that's all I'm gonna put. And then you're gonna look at it and be like, "Don't forget what." Don't
Forget what?
forget.
Yeah, don't say anything else. Don't say anything else. Just don't forget.
oh,
Ghoul.
no.
No.
Porthos?
I'll
Don't
let
forget
you. I'll let
Porthos?
you have the don't forget. I
He
want to
hopes
see if you
don't
remember.
forget him.
I want to see if you remember.
Okay, hold on. 10, 3. What's the date?
What do you mean? What's the date? It's 10/3. It's fucking April.
No, hold on.
It's a meme one.
There we go.
There we go. There it is.
Yeah,
Hold
don't
on.
forget.
Oh wait, it's not written like that. Hold on. Okay. Fuck. God, I can't erase the periods.
Those who know.
Yep.
There we go. There we go.
What's happening? I was looking at something else real quick.
No,
I have
no,
to
I'm
check
just,
something.
I just put a.
Are you guys putting down HimboCon?
No.
What are you- No.
No. This is an anime.
So on my alarms right now, literally I have on here for October 3rd. It says HimboCon tomorrow
What?
because
Why?
last October, October 4th, we had HimboCon because all the himbos gathered in Zelda.
Oh my fucking god.
Is that actually the date?
That is the 4th is
was.
the date. Not the 3rd, it was
Huh.
the 4th.
Well, no, I put this because Full Metal Alchemist meme me. Like,
Yeah.
But yes, I have it literally right here. Ever since that game happened, because I saw October 3rd, I'm like, wait. And then I looked at like my alarms for October 3rd, because I have it set HimboCon tomorrow on October 3rd.
huh.
Incredible. Thank you for keeping track of HimboCon.
Don't
Well,
worry.
then.
It's great. We'll figure it out. But yeah, with all that being said, Rosebud, there is no spoon.
unlimited mana.
Unlimited mana? What's happening?
I don't know.
Why is everything came away from me?
There is in the spoon.
My guys, whether or not the people decide to cut down on their time a bit or not, we will be getting to everything next week with them traveling off to Lon Lon, whether it takes them a week or it does not take them a week, depending on if they want to pay for the trip with the bandits. Everybody, thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you for listening to Nimbus's qualms, Vega's insecurities, and Argo's hitting on taller women than him, which is every woman.
Yes.
And with all of that being said, like always, later days.
Bye.
Bye.
Brr.